Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today. Hopefully, you can hear me well. Thank you for tuning into the second day of the webcast series. A warm and gracious good morning to all. Thank you for supporting this virtual conference. I would like to start by wishing you and your families my very best for your health and safety in these tough times. My name is Pratibha, and we have also my friend Nevin to be your host for the day.
Today, we will be hearing from two keynote speakers and 17 eminent presenters covering various topics related to COVID-19 and its implication on business. An appreciative shout out to FISAT Business School Management and to the hard work of our faculty planning team, masterminded by Dr. Anu Anna Anthony and Dr. Dhanya Alex. Contact information of the coordinators can be found on the brochure that you have received via email. This conference is live streamed from FISAT's YouTube channel. During hard times, communities come together. But due to the nature of the virus, we need to find out new ways to come together and help each other. The overarching theme, post-pandemic business and institutional implication, gains much momentum in the light of this current scenario, and we are equally happy to learn with you today.
To begin with, I am profusely elated to introduce Mr. Thomas Kuruvilla. He is a member of the Global Board of Arthur D. Little and is responsible for its operations in the Middle East. Mr. Thomas is also the head of the strategy and organization practice in South Asia and Middle East. He is also a part-time faculty at various Great Lakes Institute of Management, Chennai, and also a member of Industry Advisory Panel of SP Jain School of Global Management. Sir, kindly do the honor of rendering the keynote address. So please.
Thank you very much. Really my pleasure to be on this discussion today. I'm trying to share my presentation. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And can you see my presentation?
Not yet, sir. Yes, sir. It's visible now.
And do you see the slides?
Yes, sir.
Right. I just wanted to be sure that you're all seeing the right slides. 1 second. What slide do you see on the screen now? Do you see the first slide, COVID
No,
implications?
sir.
Okay.
Sorry, sir. It's not. Yeah.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
I'm just wanted to be sure that you're seeing the right slides. I'm a bit, seems like you're seeing a different slide. Are you seeing the first slide now?
Not yet, so the presentation is not visible. So, is there any trouble?
I'm trying to just see that it is working. Yeah, one second.
You please click on the present now button.
Yes, so your presentation is visible now.
So you can see the slide economic implications of COVID-19, correct?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay, sorry for the delay. I felt that something was not correct. I wanted to have the presentation, correct presentation for you all. So first of all, thank you very much for the introduction and this privilege to be able to spend some time with all of you. Really a pleasure. Especially Joshua was a classmate of mine 25-30 years back. So it's really happy to be here today. Good morning to all of you, and I really hope all of you are healthy and maintaining social distancing, which is nothing else will save you as of now, unfortunately. So I think all of you should give importance to social distancing and maintain that. And so far the arrangements have been so great, so I'm so thankful to all of you to arrange such a discussion. I can see around 90 participants on this call, so it is quite good. So let me get into the discussions. Yeah. I'm trying to change the slides again. The slide has changed on your side?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Yeah. So this is just, I suggest all of you to keep the microphone on mute because I understand there are 90 people on the call and the video feed can be switched off in case the connection is quite weak. I genuinely prefer to have a Q&A versus talking, but the organizer insisted that I talk for a while before we get into a Q&A because, as you know, consultants can keep speaking for a lot of time and may not be what you want to hear. So my preference is to understand what you may want to know and then concentrate on that. But however, I will spend maybe 10 minutes introducing the topic and then open the floor for the discussion. For sure, please unmute for questions and discussions. What I'm going to present is not any public data because I think all of you may have a lot of data, may have a lot of information and publications. What I'm going to share is some of the studies that we have done. We have, since the COVID has started, again, as a consulting firm, we have supported multiple clients in looking at their business models and what needs to be changed. And I'm just summarizing some inputs from those studies and we can elaborate them as we go into the discussion. Yeah, I hope that is fine. Good. Today, I wish to concentrate on 4 ideas and then we can discuss that later, even on a one-to-one basis in case somebody is interested to discuss these topics. The first point I wanted to make is that I think with the advancement of connectivity, technology, and artificial intelligence, businesses should have revamped or digitalized their business model long time back, right? And as you know, people are very much against change management. They want to continue what they are doing. They don't want to take advantage of what is happening and change their fundamental business model because people tend to be very uncomfortable changing things, right? But COVID-19 has really accelerated this and has not given some option to people that whether you should change or you should not change. And I'm making a very disturbing statement here that human intervention is generally a disturbance to business, right? If you don't have to intervene and if you can let a business run automatically based on artificial intelligence, based on technology, let it run. Anytime a human intervenes in a business, it is a disturbance unless it is the right intervention. And COVID-19 is now forcing people because of social distancing, because of restriction on traveling, saying that, wow, the way you can interact with the business is getting limited, and let us relook at how we can run the business. And in my view, this was something that people should have thought about a bit earlier and need not have waited for COVID-19 to come in for you to start experimenting and changing the business model. Yeah. Again, another very drastic statement I'm making here, but this is again based on studies that we have done. If new business models are implemented correctly, and I'm now talking about the steady state situation of businesses. I'm not talking about the situation today, because fundamentally the economic output has dropped significantly. GDP is dropping by 20-30. It has dropped in Singapore by 50% in the last quarter. So I'm not talking about today. I'm talking about once the COVID-19 situation is over, hopefully it will be over very soon, and business gets back to the norm, and everything related to digitalizing their business, implementing the new business model, the value of most businesses will increase by 30 to 40%. And I can go through many industries, many sectors, and explain to you where this incremental value of 30 to 40% is coming up, and it can be explained by numbers, by streamlining the processes, and it tell you exactly where this value addition is coming from. It is primarily, the benefit is more where the capital investment is high. That means you have huge infrastructure investment. That is where the value to the business is significantly higher versus a service industry where the operating or the daily running expenses are high. The savings may be a bit lower, but still significantly higher, right? If the value of the business is not increasing because everybody is going to change their business model, then you just cannot make more money because your competition also will change their business model. So in case the value of the business is not increasing, then the price of services will go down, right? So fundamentally, we are creating value. So if the company that creates value doesn't have competition, the value will be captured by the shareholders, right? But if there is significant competition, then the price will come down and the value will be captured by the customers. But fundamentally, what I'm saying is by implementing a digital business model or a digitalized business model, there is a value increase of 30 to 40%. And I can give you a very simple example of e-hailing, Ola. Right, I live in Kerala. Right, anytime I go home, before Ola came in, the taxi prices was around 500 rupees to wherever I wanted to go. Now it is 200 rupees. Right, there is a drop of 60%. Right, versus a regular taxi available in the airport versus if you take a digitally enabled business model for taxi services, the price has dropped by 60% for exactly the same service, even more convenient, right? So I'm just giving a simple example of changing a business model can drop the price by 50 to 60% by taking a very simple taxi service from the airport to your home, and it is much more convenient. You can sit in your flight or just coming out of the airport and just order the taxi, and by the time you come out, it is available for you. Much more convenient, 60% cheaper. Everything is fine. So that's where I'm coming from, and I can prove this for almost every business based on the casework we have done, right? Now, when we say that we should try to eliminate human intervention, what it means is it is eliminating human intervention from repetitive, predictable activities. Because today, with artificial intelligence, with technology, with connectivity, everything that is repetitive, everything that is predictable can be automated and handed over to machines. There is no need for human to handle that, which means that if you implement a digital business model, what people will do will be much more value added activities, which means the value that you contribute is higher, and technically you should be getting a higher compensation. So so people try to talk about when you automate, I'm losing job. That is a very short term, sorry to say, a stupid argument. What really should happen in the long term is when you automate, you are automating the repetitive, predictable, low value added activities, which means you're releasing human capital to do value added services, which means the contribution by the human effort to the economy is improving, and hence he should be technically compensated higher. So what I'm saying is it is not good. It is not that it is bad for labor. It is good for labor because you will get higher compensation in the long run, right? And the last point is, again, it is a bit generic. And I remember my classmate again, Suresh Prabhu, mentioning this exactly the same point, fully aligned with what he mentioned yesterday. I listened to his presentation, very amazing presentation, and he maintained the same thing, right? The capacity to adapt, innovate, and reinvent is mandatory to survive and grow, right? So considering the first 3 points that I have mentioned, every single business should be committed and should develop the capacity to run their business in a digitalized fashion, following the new business model, right? And this is what I wanted to present in the next 7-8 minutes. These themes, I'm just going to give you a bit more details on these topics, right? Now, before getting into specific business models, I just wanted to share some data which all of you are aware, but I hope all of you are aware or should know that what is happening today is unprecedented in the history of mankind. I don't think ever in the history that you had a population of 1.3 billion people locked down for 2 months. I don't think so. So people think that it is a repetition of 1914, 1919 or 2007, 2008. It is not correct. What is happening has not ever happened in the history of mankind, and we need to understand that, and we cannot just learn from what has happened in the past and what people have done in the past. You need to learn something for now. Things are fundamentally different, right? I don't want to get into the remaining data here because these things are easily available. I can come back to that if anybody is interested during the Q&A. One more quick input is that there are a lot of discussions about the recovery pattern for the Indian economy. And based on what is happening, it was not a one-time lockdown. It was one lockdown, then you opened up the economy, then you're locking down. So there are definitely going to be multiple waves of economic downturns and slight upturns. And again, so most probably, these are again generic economic recovery patterns across the globe. And we believe that what India should be planning for should be a W-type recovery pattern in which the economy will slow down and recover and slow down multiple times, because it is not going to be in one-time lockdown. It is going to be multiple lockdowns over a period of time, right? And just one more number on the GDP. We have done very extensive analysis and happy to share these details again. I will share this presentation I'm making. It has a lot of backup material. I'm presenting only 10 to 12 slides, but it has more than 100 slides. I will share it with the organizers and you can share it with the whole audience. There's nothing confidential in this, so that if you want to get more details of what I'm presenting, it will be available in the presentation, right? And the GDP drop is happening somewhere between 50 to 60% in the very short term, and the average drop per annum is expected to be around 10%. One statement I wanted to make, it may not sound very good, that the economic stimulus that is given by India in the COVID-19 situation, even though people argue that it is 10% of GDP, it is not correct. We are not comparing it with the right values. It is one of the worst in the world, unfortunately. If you take the breakup of the 10% stimulus that is given and compare it to the similar stimulus package, the other countries are giving much more economic stimulus, while India is giving only 10%. And I'll just show you one more slide. What other countries are giving, which is called between 5, 6, 7, 10%, is equivalent to only 1% of what India is giving, right? Because the way the number is being presented gives an impression that there is a 10% economic stimulus, which is not correct. You have to remove many components in the economic stimulus, because it is just differing long-term spending, differing or liquidity or guarantees are being given. The immediate fiscal impulse that is given is very low. It is only 1%. So relying on the government stimulus and subsidy to turn around the business is at least in the short term, it is not going to work, because the government is not doing much. So it is why I'm saying this is it's not related to the data. It is for people to really understand that you really need to take care of your business. You need to adapt your business to the COVID-19 situation. Nobody is helping you out. The government, as of now, what they have done is not sufficient. Unless they make some fundamental changes, the business will not recover in India, right? One more input on the impact on the various sectors. It is very, very different. And this is again quite, maybe quite obvious that I feel that there is a lag on the slide changing, because I have the YouTube live also on. Do you see a slide which shows the percentage drops by various sectors?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you see 80 to 60%, 60 to 40% on your screen now, I guess.
Yes, sir.
Correct. Okay, because on the YouTube live, it's lagging a bit. Sorry. Yeah. So good. So the 80 to 60% is where you have the maximum drop happening on the aviation and tourism and hospitality sector, and the dip is varying across multiple sectors. Again, there's a lot more analysis on this, and which can be shared later. Now, getting into the new norm, before we get into the benefits, I just wanted to share one input that there's a lot of studies on the environmental benefits, and it is very surprising. I've just shown a picture on what was the situation before COVID and after COVID, and I think we can already see a benefit, environmental benefit from the lockdown that is happening. I'm not saying the lockdown is good, but it has an economic, environmental significant benefit from what is happening. Few more inputs based on some survey we have done. People are really getting more comfortable with the digital buying. Usage of digital channels have doubled than what used to happen before COVID-19. 86% of the consumers are happy with the digital channels, and 75% of them have who are new to digital channels continue to remain, will continue to be on digital channels even when the economy is back to normal, right? That is on digital buying. On work from home, again, a quick survey result, 77% of the people are happy to work from home. 50% will continue to work from home. But at the same time, majority of them, it's not a significant majority, around 55-56% of them feel that working from home compromises the outcome. So the argument of working from home is more effective and more efficient and contributing to the business more than versus working from the office doesn't seem to be correct. I even saw an article which one of my friends just shared on WhatsApp today, in which people are already questioning whether working from home is really good. So that is something that we need to really think about it, and maybe working from home should not be generally considered to be very good unless it's very special situations in which the interactions need not be tremendous and you can continue working at home, right? Now, I'll quickly enter into the digital transformation topic, right? What is digital transformation, right? It is fundamentally getting the benefit of technology and relooking at how do you manage your business, right? I can go back to the same Ola example, improving the customer experience, customer value proposition. You're optimizing the capital utilization by maybe having lesser number of taxis to service the number of same customers. The process is getting more efficient. You can start having more different business models. Today, the taxis are used as courier companies. The taxis are used to provide food. So you're having enhancing new business models. It's a very simple example, but this is a very good example of a digital transformation in a taxi service, what is happening to Ola, just to explain some of the terms. Yeah. Again, to share some thoughts before getting into a bit more details, as I said in the beginning, human intervention for repetitive, predictable activities. I'm making a very drastic statement to prove the point. It is a disaster and it is prone to mistakes, right? I know it's a bit aggressive statement to make it. I just wanted to drive the point. But what is very important is that once everything is digitalized, any changes can be corrected for once for all. You don't have to train people when new people are coming in because it is taken over by the machine. The machine automatically learns and fine tunes and adapts and all of that. And as I mentioned, human intervention should be only restricted to value-added services, and the compensation that people get can go higher, right? Now, very quickly, I will share some case studies to share some numbers to validate what I have mentioned, right? We just finished a study for Dubai future of mobility for 2071. Don't get surprised by the year 2071, because that is the year, that is the 100th year of Dubai's existence. Dubai was formed in 1971, and hence they wanted to do a strategy for 2071. And what has been decided, again, initially there was a lot of resistance to push through this complete e-hail. Actually, the ruler of Dubai did not approve Uber and Careem. Careem is the equivalent of Ola. Ola is an Indian e-hailing firm. Careem is a Middle East e-hailing firm, and Uber is the global one, right? So we had Uber at a global e-hailing firm in Dubai, and we had Careem, which was a local one. Careem just get taken over by Uber, by the way. Local firm, and the ruler of Dubai did not allow e-hailing to be implemented in Dubai because they did not want the taxi drivers, and the taxi company is owned by the government. There are a lot of revenue, and they did not want to lose the revenue, right? But we just went through the process, and there are decisions being taken that 90% of the traffic will be on e-hail, 25% of the trips will not be just e-hail, it will be autonomous, driverless, right? 90% of the passenger transport will not be work related. That is in 2050, right? It's a bit stretch, because the thinking is the technology will allow people to have virtual meetings, able to have the feeling of meeting people without being physically present, and hence your travel will be more to entertain, meet people, see places. It will not be to do work. So 90% of the transport will not be related to work. It is more for leisure and feeling and entertainment and team spirit and all of that. You don't have to travel for work by 2050. And one more input is the private car ownership will not be for transport. There will be shared vehicles for people. When everything is digitalized, the car will come to you automatically and it will take you where you want to go. And this is again predicted for 2050, 2060, right? Can anybody in the audience tell me what will be the economic benefit of having such a thing of e-hailing implemented in a country, or in India or in Dubai? I just wanted to trigger some discussion instead of me giving a monologue. Can somebody want to attempt and tell me what may be the benefits of having a company like Ola instead of the regular taxi driving in a country? Just attempt to give me an answer.
So maybe
Yes,
the accidents, number of accidents may be reduced.
Okay,
Accidents.
very good. What else?
Then
The safety might be enhanced.
Sorry?
Safety of the
Okay,
travelers.
Safety of the travelers will be enhanced. Accidents will be reduced. What else benefit do you think is there by having Ola instead of normal taxis?
the traffic congestions may be reduced.
What do you think is the economic benefit?
I think the most economic benefit will be the saving of labor and the cost
Saving of?
associated with it. Labor cost.
Saving of? Sorry?
We can cut down on labor so much.
Labor. You're talking about the drivers and all of that, right?
Yes. As of like the human resource has to be entirely changed in such a way because AI is coming into role. That's why you can save a lot of cost in that.
So you're talking about significant savings on the number of taxis and the number of drivers and the servicing of the taxis and all of that, right?
Yes.
Let me the answers that you just gave me is exactly the same answers even the ruler of Dubai and his economic advisor gave them. And this was not a valid reason for them to approve Uber or Careem in Dubai. It was not sufficient for them. Because I'm just giving you examples because we should not, when we look at business models, we have to really drive very deep into the economic construct and the economic benefits to a country to really understand what we are missing by not digitalizing a business, right? And I can tell you something, I have asked this question at least in 10 gatherings like this, and everybody comes back and tells me exactly the same reason, saying labor reduction, accident reduction, safety, number of cars are reduced and all of that. As I said, even the ruler of Dubai said the same thing, his economic advisor said the same thing, and they did not approve Uber in Dubai. They wanted to continue with the taxi, saying that it is okay, we don't want that. But let me give you some statistics on this and then you will understand what I'm telling you. Do you know what is the occupancy of regular taxis before Ola came? The occupancy of regular taxis was 50 to 55%. That means 45% of the taxis were roaming around without producing any economic benefit. There was no passenger inside that. The driver was looking for a passenger, right? Now, with Ola coming up or Uber coming up, the occupancy from 55% has gone up to 90%. So there is a 35% reduction in the number of cars that are required, right? And that is what you think that is going to benefit. No. 35% of the road and parking infrastructure can be reduced. The economic benefit of reducing the road infrastructure by 35% runs into billions and billions of dollars. And that is where Dubai got convinced that forget the saving the taxi drivers, that is not the point. And I will give you a very, very surprising outcome when we did the 2030, 2071 study for Dubai. From 2020 till 2050, 2060, 2070, they were planning to increase or double the road infrastructure. Now, with the population doubling, number one. So I just introduced one concept about e-hailing, in which 35% of the taxis or the cars can be reduced because you are eliminating the cars which is running around without passengers. The occupancy is 90%. So to service the same number of passenger trips, you need 35% lesser cars. Keep that in mind. When you bring in, I did not introduce the concept of autonomous driving, that is driverless driving. When you have a driverless driving, the throughput of a road is 2 to 3 times, because you don't need to leave the space between two cars, because when the machine takes over, the machine is able to drive a car at 80 kilometer speed or 120 kilometer per hour speed, not having a gap of 3 to 4 car lengths between the cars. And the same road can push through 2 to 3 times the number of cars on the same road, which means for the same traffic, you need 1/3 of the road infrastructure in the country. You see where I'm coming from? And this, I'm just giving an example so that all of you can very quickly understand, but this can be applied to almost every single industry that has high capex. You can take it to shipping, you can take it to hospital, you can take it to real estate, you can take it to parking lots. The efficiency improvement is not about reducing, it is about reducing the manpower, the driver that is fooling around and not creating economic value, but it is about reducing the usage of infrastructure, which is extremely costly, and hence reducing the requirement of investment, and hence increasing the throughput of the GDP and increasing the per capita GDP of the country and the per capita income for the population, by which people become rich. So I know I'm going through a lot of thought process here, but the economic benefits is extremely high and fundamental than what we all think and evaluate in such situations. It is not about just saving labor. It is fundamentally improving the efficiency of the infrastructure, right? I will skip 1 or 2 slides so that we can quickly get into a Q&A. I wish we can have some time for Q&A. Another quick example. We just did a study for a hospital. The hospital came back and asked Arthur D. Little, saying that, can you help us with the hospital because there's social distancing, we need to have patient management. We analyzed for 5 days all the patients that are coming in. And the data that I have presented is the data that we have already implemented in May 2020. 30% of the visits were not even required. They're just coming, bullshit, not required. You don't have to come to the hospital. Just because there's no social distancing, you're just fooling around, you went to the hospital, have some fever and some stupid ailment, that was not required. The moment social distancing is there, you have to wear a mask, the hospital doesn't want people, suddenly you don't even have to go to the hospital, you got cured automatically, right? 35% of the treatment can be done remotely. You don't have to visit the doctor. On the phone, it could have been solved. 50% of the time in the hospital, or 50% of the bed space, can be reduced. What I'm saying is, just one simple hospital, because of COVID, they changed the whole business model. They could have done it before. I don't know why they waited for COVID. 35% reduction in the overall healthcare cost, providing the same healthcare provisioning. That means the cost to people like us to treat us can be less by 35%, or we spend the same amount and get more healthcare benefits, right? But look at the stupidity of what people were doing. We required COVID-19 to come in to push us all to change the business model, and suddenly there are 35 to 40% efficiency improvement, not only providing the same services, better quality services, right? I repeat, 30% of the visits were not required. 35% of the treatment could have been done remotely. Like, for example, why did they have the thermometer stuck into your ears and mouth to take your temperature? Suddenly with COVID, you don't have to touch your body, right? Look at how much efficiency has come through. You don't have to clean it. You don't feel worried about infections. Suddenly you had COVID to come in to suddenly say that you don't have to touch the person with the stupid thermometer. You can just measure it with contactless, right? Again, COVID came in and they had to push people to do this, right? So if you think about it, it's again the main point that I mentioned, that people are not applying their mind. They're resisting to change, to take benefits of what is happening. And hence you continue your stupid business model, wasting a lot of money, wasting a lot of resources, and you don't have economic benefits, right? One more quick example, real estate developer. We just went through the whole process. I will just summarize this in 5 seconds. Identify this is known, it may be implemented in many buildings in Bangalore or Bombay and Delhi, but just to quickly summarize, implemented already within a month in a real estate in Dubai. The moment the visitor comes into the entrance, the visitor is identified, which building he's staying is identified, because this is an area with 50 buildings in Dubai, right? So it's not one gate into one building, it's one gate into a parking lot with 50 buildings. He is guided to the available most convenient parking lot. The lift, the system knows which floor he's staying, which floor he has parked, and hence where the lift has to come. His home lighting and temperature is adjusted to that person's requirement. The curtains are adjusted because in Dubai the heat is quite high, so it is better to automatically close the curtains so that you stop the sun from coming in and heating up the room, so the ACs can be efficient. You can monitor the utility consumption and leakage. There is 35% of energy cost saving, 35% of parking space saving, because in the past the parking was allocated to a person. Now it is not. It is dynamically allocated, and it will give you an available slot closest to your apartment lift. So 35% parking space saved. You are more happy because you always get what is closest available, irrespective of where your stupid parking slot is, and there is tremendous saving. Again, I don't know why we needed COVID-19 to come in to push through all of this. They did this because of COVID-19. It may sound stupid because they did not want people at the reception checking people, opening the lift, opening the gate, checking on. They did not want. They automated the whole thing. There is only one person for the whole building now, and then they have all the savings, right? One more example, you will not believe. There is a company called Simyo in Spain and Germany, which a customer cannot talk to anybody. It's impossible. Everything is automated. You go to the internet, activate the line. You have an eSIM. eSIM is activated automatically. The phone starts working. You can select any package, activate any package. If you have a problem, go to the internet, you chat with them. They will solve it for you. 10 times better customer service, 38% lower price. Standard, simple telecom services, right? Again, eliminate people as much as required, change your business model. Customers cannot talk to anybody, impossible. There is no call center, right? But customers are 10 times happier, 38% lower price, and they are still making more money than regular telcos, right? I will skip some of these slides. Again, I'm just summarizing this, yeah. In summary, what I'm trying to tell you is, it is not rocket science. I don't think that whatever I said is new to anybody. I just gave you some data to get it deeper into your mind and the benefits. I don't think I said anything new in the whole conversation. There is tremendous, if you implement digital business model, there is a capacity reduction of at least 20 to 30%. In transport infrastructure, it can be office space, it can be restaurant space. I have case studies on restaurants. I don't want to get into all of that. Hospital space, call center, operating expenditure can be reduced by 35 to 15%. There are many companies who have looked at the various product categories. They could eliminate 10% of the product categories with zero impact on the revenue, not 0.1% revenue impact. It's not zero, right? So they rationalized the product categories, SKUs, and reduced 10% of them because of COVID. They did not want to service it. Whichever company is very good in digital sales, the revenue increased by 15 to 20%, assuming your competitor did not pick up. Otherwise, if everybody increases, then it doesn't work like that, right? Because that means the overall sector has to grow by 15%. So when I'm talking about somebody growing at 15 to 20%, it is assuming that he's becoming better in online and digital sales versus your competitor, right? And if you implement all of this, if there is a savings of 30 to 40%, obviously the value of your business goes up by 30 to 40%, right? Okay, I will skip the slide because I think I covered most of the points that is mentioned on this slide in the examples that I gave. I can just give you one more example which just came out as a footnote. The profitability of R30 Little has doubled in COVID-19. I don't think you will believe it, but let me explain to you why it has doubled. In consulting, the travel expenditure of taking flights and staying in hotels, the consultants are spoiled for no reason. I don't know why they should be given costlier flights and 5-star hotels and all of that. That should be, first of all, should have been eliminated even before COVID-19. But the travel and expenditure is equivalent to the salary cost. So let us say you have 100 as a revenue and 20 as a profit. 40 was your salary and 40 was your expenditure. That 40 expenditure got eliminated. So for the 100 revenue, instead of having 80 expenditure, you have 40 expenditure. You pay the same salary. You people are not staying in hotels. You are not traveling. You save 40. So out of the 100 revenue, your cost is 40. Your profit instead of 20 is now 60. Not only that, this is only on the cost saving in which the profit has more than doubled. In a day, when I was meeting clients, I could have done only 3 to 4 meetings. Today, I'm able to do 6 to 7 meetings because I don't have to travel for a meeting. Obviously, I'm giving only one part of the story because there is another part in which it is good to meet people and all of that. I may not be able to get business from new customers because they will not know you. You need to meet them face to face and develop a relationship to get business. So what I said is not applicable for a new customer because trying to sell consulting business over a phone or a webinar doesn't work. But at least for your existing customers who knows you, who trust you, you can double the profit for doing the same business, as an example for consulting, right? So I leave it at that and I open the floor for questions. I'm very happy to take questions and answer if I can. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir, for making the keynote address very interactive. Your insights on the 4 ideas, digital transformation of businesses, and the example of Dubai taxi drivers, as well as the example of Simeo, where there is no customer interactions, all were very new thoughts for us, sir. So thank you very much. Now, let us go ahead with the question answer session. The first query is presented by Surabhi. Surabhi, please go on.
Good morning, sir.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir.
Go ahead. I cannot hear you.
Okay. Myself, Surabhi Kumar. So my question is, sir, can we have your view on the future of data management practices, controls, and outcomes? Like, what will be more important in defining success?
What will be more important in designing?
In defining
I could
success.
not. In defining success.
Yes.
Wow, that is a very, very heavy question. Yeah. If I want to answer it very simple, it is that you have to always reinvent your business, because what normally happens in this, I have seen that in my entire consulting career, right? People tend to continue doing what they have been doing and they try to change their business model only when something goes wrong. See, that is why you have new companies like Amazon, Google, all these new companies which starts from scratch are able to kill companies who have been established for 50 and 100 years. And this is 90% of the cases. 90% of the cases, these are very new companies who are able to kill established companies. And that really sounds stupid, right? Because you have companies who have 50-60% of the market share, lot of money, lot of capability. Technically, nobody should be able to beat you. Technically, you should have more insights because you have been running the business for the last 10, 15, 20, 30, 40 years. Why is that a new person is able to come and beat you within a year? It is fundamentally because we are not willing to change our thinking. every day, maybe every day is too much, maybe every month, you should relook at what you're doing. Is this the right way to conduct the business? Is there any activity that I'm doing, is it required today? Because it was required in the past because of regulatory requirements, because there are a lot of things which are driven by regulation, right? Safety requirement, business model, technology not available, customer profile changing, and all of that. So a lot of things keeps changing, but we continue doing the same business. But when somebody is going to evaluate the business fresh, he doesn't have any constraint. He's going to draw it from a clean sheet of paper. And that is exactly why new companies are able to beat old companies within a month. Why? Because he doesn't have any baggage in his head. He doesn't have the stupid 50 years of experience in his mind, which is corrupting him. I think experience, people talk about experience is good. I really think that experience is really bad. I think it is best to get fresh students like you to run companies today. I'm not trying to make you feel nice. I'm really telling you that in consulting, when we bring in students from MBA schools, they actually give you the best ideas. People like me with 20 years experience come up with the same idiotic logic that we applied 20 years back. We cannot come up with ideas. Our brains are screwed up in it completely, right? So, and you have to think like that. Everybody has to think like fresh, young, intelligent people. Open up your mind, rethink about what you're doing for your business, and try to redesign or remodel your business based on what is happening. And if you do that, a newcomer cannot beat you, because if the newcomer and yourself are thinking the same way, you have more resources, you already have customers, you have more knowledge, a new player cannot beat you. Impossible, right? So if a new player is beating you, it is just because you are stupid. As simple as that, right? So for me, it is very simple, nothing, no rocket science. Just once in a while, I don't want to say what should be the frequency. I can say it once in a month, once in a quarter, once in a year. It all depends on industries and sectors and what is happening in the country and the regulation. But every time, relook your business from a clean piece of paper. Look at, if I'm going to start the business today and I have no constraints, how will I run my business? And then you go and look at what you're doing and change everything. If you don't do it, somebody will come and kill you anyway, right? So you don't have an option. Yeah. Thank you.
The next
Thank you,
query
sir.
the next query is presented by Jeffy. Jeffy, please go
Yes,
on.
yes.
Good morning, sir. Sir, my query is, in the post-COVID influx of digital data, what should be the coping strategy of companies dealing with this?
What should be the strategy of companies dealing with digital data?
Yes, sir.
See, again, I can pull out few presentations. Let me tell you, I think this could have been easily answered by Suresh Prabhu, who again my classmate who presented yesterday, because he is heavily into digital data analytics and all of that. Maybe if he's on the call, maybe he can even give an answer better than what I'm giving. Maybe. See, first of all, you need to be collecting the right data and ensuring that the data you have is correct. Let me tell you, the biggest problem is not today. I'm not talking about the future. Today is not about using the data, even though 90% of the value is coming from applying analytics, artificial intelligence on the data that you have. But today, all the companies that I have seen, they don't collect, maintain, and clean the data, and that is 90% of the problem they're facing today. So you apply artificial intelligence onto a wrong data, you get a stupid outcome, and then you say digitalization is not working. Digitalization has to work. If somebody is saying digitalization is not working, artificial intelligence is not working, data analytics is not working, it's a completely wrong, stupid statement. It is stupid, it is wrong. It is because you don't have the right data, or you have not cleaned the data, or you have not collected the data in the right granularity, right? So first of all, you need to understand, you should not collect too much of data also, because then you have to store this data, analyze the data, and then that is not also good. So first of all, and you have to think very much in the future, right? 15, 20, 30 years from now, what granularity is required for my data, right? And you should start collecting it at that right now, right? And then you analyze the data, build in artificial intelligence, data analytics, and all of that. Number one. Number two, the first issue that I mentioned is about the correctness of the data that you have. The second, and the frequency and the granularity at which we collect it. 90% of the companies that I have seen, for the same parameter, they don't have the same data set. If you ask a telco how many subscribers you have, you ask marketing versus network versus IT versus sales channel versus the CEO versus the board member, they will give you 6 different numbers. 6 different numbers, right? So you need to be very clear that every item in your data, in your database, there should be only one instance of the truth. And everybody should agree to that instance of the truth, because many strategy discussions I have had, before I can even analyze and give an outcome, 90% of the time the bloody idiots are questioning the data, and then you cannot do anything. They're trying to play politics, obviously, because they don't want to do anything. That is the reality on life. But they're saying is also correct, right? So you need to ensure that you have the right granularity. There is only one single truth of the data, and the whole company has to agree to that single truth of the data. Then you continue with the very sophisticated data analytics, artificial intelligence, and robotics and all of that, right? But don't ignore the initial part, because that is the basics. And if you don't get it, all the sophisticated things that we are talking about, even digitalization that I'm talking about, will be completely stupid, right? It will not work. It is actually worse than manual, because if the data is wrong, the computer will 100% give you a wrong output, because computer is working on the data that is given. So if the data is wrong, it is better to have human intervention, because human is intelligent, more intelligent than the computer. So if the wrong data is wrong, he will have a sense that the data is wrong, and he will take the right decision. So if the data is not correct, don't automate it, let people handle it, right? I don't know whether it answered your question, but at least these are the observations I have, and where companies have to concentrate when you're trying to digitize your business. Get the right data, right granularity, single instance of truth. This may sound very normal to all of you, but this is 90% of the problems with the companies that I have worked with.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
All right, with that, we'll be winding up the question answer session. Thank you, Mr. Thomas, for taking your time out of your busy schedule, sir. It really means a lot to us. All right, so
thank you very much. Again, really a pleasure to have you all on this discussion. Feel free to contact me. I will share this material through the organizers to all of you. There is a lot of material available on the website, and feel free to use it, and you can ask questions, and we will be very happy to entertain discussions. Yeah. Again, thank you very much. Really a pleasure to be on this discussion with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, with equal pleasure, I would like to introduce you to Dr. Yunus C. Ahmed, Director, FCC Control, Standard Chartered Bank, Dubai. Prior to joining Standard Chartered Bank, he worked as a Senior Manager, FCC Analytics at the Standard Chartered Global Business Service, Lead Analyst at CRISIL Global Research Analytics, and Senior Research Analyst at Center for Advanced Financial Studies. Sir, kindly do the honor of rendering the keynote address.
Thank you. So, am I audible?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Sure. Thanks for the institute and the organizers giving me a chance to talk for your conference. Okay, so to start with so I want to discuss some basics. So basically, what is artificial intelligence? So I heard some of the last 5 minutes I joined, and I heard some of the discussion around data, AI, and stuff. So yeah, so what Guru said, so you don't have proper data in your system. This is machine will not give you right answer. It's like a garbage in, garbage out. If you give garbage in, then your output will be garbage. So to start with that, so what's the concept of artificial intelligence is like in generic. So where the computer able to think better than human. Okay. So that's the concept of artificial intelligence, because if you give some data to identify some patterns, so you have to know what actually you have to do. But human has certain capabilities to think, but computer can do much more than that if you give the right data. So within that, artificial intelligence is like kind of a huge area. Within that, mostly used concept called machine learning. When we talk about machine learning, which is what you are saying is, you give some data to train the system to come with achievable output with when try to maximize the probability of getting the right output. That's how the machine learning works. So within the subset of machine learning is something called deep learning. So when you say it's deep learning, where we are bringing a lot of hidden patterns like within the neural networks. So that's the concept. So we have artificial intelligence as whole as an area in which you try to it's called machine intelligence or intelligent agent. Within that we have machine learning, where you give some data set to train the system to maximize the output what you want to get in terms of probability sense. Then you have a deep learning, which is it's a subset again of the machine learning, where the hidden layers and neural networks built in such a way that you get more. It will be like if you have very large data sets, then there are a lot of hidden patterns you are able to achieve using the deep learning techniques. Okay, these are some of the basic concepts you have to understand. Second, the concept point of view, I understand, since like there are new graduates, people are coming in here. So we are talking about data analytics, data science, and everything, right? So when you talk about data science, so what all you need to know? First, you need to know the business. Otherwise, so you need to know business, then you know what is business objective to start with, right? So if you know the business objectives, then okay, next question is, how do I do this problem? What are tools available for me to do? So that's why it comes like you have computer science and technology and stuff. So that's where your tool will help you to do that. Now, if there is a tool, there is a business problems, right? So you have to call a combination of business and the tool. Next question is, the tool gives you certain output. How do you understand this output? So that's where you need to know some of the maths and statistics. So all these three combinations, if you bring together, it's become a data science. So if you have only the math and the computer science and the IT, then will be like a machine learning, because that's why. So you have the computer technologies there, and you have a computer science, you have a lot of softwares to build, a lot of programming language available, and you have knowledge of maths and statistics to build this models, because then you are building a machine learning, right? But you have business knowledge and you have a system available, computer science, then actually you're developing a software, right? Otherwise, like if you're taking only your domain knowledge or business knowledge and you have maths and statistics, then actually it's become a kind of research, because that's your research problem you identify, and you do statistical test, hypothesis testing, right? So if you have all these four combinations, your machine learning, and so business knowledge, your IT skills, and maths and stats, that's why it comes under your data science. Okay. Now, within that machine learning, so there are multiple categories are there. So those are the first we call supervised learning. When I say supervised learning, so you have to tell the computer, okay, so you have list of data and tell the computer, okay, this is output you want. So you have output and the data which you want to pass. So for example, if you want to see what is you want to predict like some of the default probability in your banking books. Okay. That's one example. So that's why you have given a target variable saying that given these properties of this data at a structure level, and you want to you have a target variable and say computer, okay, if I given this input and I have an output, so what is the best possible way I can find an algorithm? That is called supervised learning. Then we have unsupervised learning. So when you have unsupervised learning, what it's generally do is take there is no target, like you don't know the target. So basically you have to try to identify patterns or a combination of patterns. So for example, it's sometimes we call it as a clustering. That's one of the examples on supervised learning. Okay, so that means you create the data and you say, okay, I want to look at this data set. For example, I can give I have banking books, I have a lot of customers data, so I have a lot of other additional properties of these customers. Then I tell the computer saying that I want to do some marketing, so I want to classify these customers into different buckets based on these all inherent properties. So then the computer try to identify, look at the different there are different algorithms available. So if based on these algorithms, then classify them into different buckets. Then you probably, like if as a marketing team, I can try to target certain buckets of the customer in the group, target certain product to them, instead of looking at the entire thing and all the customers. Okay, the other concept called reinforcement learning, that's again, like it's more additional things where this is for an example, if I give it, the computer learns by itself. That's basically used on robotics and stuff. So that means, like for example, if we're giving a TV remote for a child, so then the kid try to press multiple buttons and understand, okay, which button when you look, okay, this is so it says positive or negative, like okay, some buttons TV works, some buttons doesn't work. So then they learn and they're actually using it. That's kind of learning. The computer themselves do it. It's called reinforcement learning. These are some of the basics of the concept in terms of machine learning, data analytics, and data science, and the other things which you want to look at, the data. So when you have traditional statistics, when you say it's data, when you look at structured, unstructured, that's it. So when you have structured, then you have numerical, then ordinal, all this kind of data structures comes in. When you look at the data in a machine learning framework, your data is much more, because whatever you are looking at now, so it's not only numbers or quantitative, right? So in terms of qualitative, you have text is coming, so your Twitter feeds are coming, your Facebook feeds are coming. So there's a newspaper, everyday article is coming. It's a huge volume of text data is daily coming, right? Then the sound, right? The audio clips, then the video clips, and the images. So this is so now when you look at the data, it's like traditional statistics versus machine learning, right? When you talk about traditional statistics, you look at only small characteristics of data set. Because it should be structured data and you need to have properly defined data and everything, right? So when you look at the machine learning data, you can do you can have video, audio, image, and text. You can bring almost everything for your analytics. Okay. So, but sometimes what I see is like so people talk about when you have machine learning and AI and all the subjects, sometimes, so the traditional statistics, probably the regression, which is more than 100 years old, which is performs much better than any of your deep learning algorithms. Now the question comes, like, so basically when you have the business problems, you have to look at what you want to achieve and what right tool you have to use. Because sometimes people want to say, okay, we are building some machine learning algorithms, AIs and stuff. That's not required always. So it depends upon your business problems. If your business problem is saying that I want to do some understand some certain properties of economic indicators, then I need to look at the traditional method of statistics to understand the variables and factors. So sometimes, like for example, if you want to look at text mining, building huge data you have, image recognitions, then yeah, probably you have to look at the AIs and other deep learning tools. So it's all about what's your business objective, what you want to look at. So because the challenge, what I see in generally in the industry is that everybody want to say I am using AI, I'm using AI, I'm using AI. So that's not the right. My feeling. My feeling is that it's sometimes you have the 100-year-old traditional regressions is do much better job than any deep learning algorithms. That's all depends on what type of data you are working with, what is your business objective. That's all. Okay. So these are basic concept which you have to understand. Now let's come to the practical problems. So one of the things which I want to take some so I'm going to take some examples here. So one of the startup company in Canada is called Blue Dot. So what they have done, so they have used almost all the like 100,000 plus online news articles. They do data crunching and all the travelers patterns, climate data across all the worldwide, population data. They take the data from satellite images and the 65 language news articles. They crunch all this data. In December 30, they announced, so the pandemic is coming in Wuhan. So they announced based on only the data what they look at. Based on the data, they're able to identify in Wuhan, there is some infectious diseases coming. Even WHO saying that there's a pandemic or there is some infectious disease coming. So before that itself, they're able to identify based on only looking at the data. Okay. So the huge volume of the data what they are working with. So some of the examples which I want to bring in, like so there's a company in the UAE, it's called Group 42, and along with other UK-based company Oxford Nanopore. So they build a scalable solution for COVID-19 detection. So basically they use like a mass testing. So currently it's implemented in Abu Dhabi. So what it does is, you extract your RNA from the swab. So this question is like, use your artificial intelligence to get the RNA sequence from the swabs. That's quicker than any existing method. And that's the technology they use for mass testing in Abu Dhabi. There's another startup in Spain called Quibim. So what they do is they take that's part of they call radiomics, like a radiology. They take all the scanned images, and this is called image recognition. So they take the scanned images and pass through this engine to identify. Now it's because of the COVID, they try to look at detect COVID, whether because if you give like infected lung and the non-normal lungs, then computer able to recognize what's the difference between these two. Along with that, they're also they have existing other image recognition methodology which they're able to identify the cancers, Alzheimer's. So now you have these kind of technologies which you can identify very quickly. That's important. So how much faster you do. There are other French-based startup, Clevy.io. So these are another one that they develop the chatbots. So what happens now is like when you have COVID situations, you have social distancing and people having a lot of generic question and answers. So you don't have people to answer all the Q&A from the medical experts. So when you build the chatbots that have and answer almost all your questions, which is generic questions chatbot can answer. So that means the doctors and the medical people on work on the medical, we can use them for the best as possible. So these are some of the recent classic examples. There are much more companies which trying to build some algorithms and develop some statistics such a way that to help in the current pandemic situations. Okay. So what all other ways let's look at how in the current situations, like let's look at the pandemic perspective, COVID-19 perspective, like how AI can help, how it is helping. So for example, you take the case of Singapore and South Korea. So they're trying to have this contact tracing apps, armbands, such a way that identify the people around infected areas in such a way that they're able to do a proper contact tracing, right? So another help AI is doing is to virus genome sequencing. For example, generally, like earlier when you do the RNA sequencing, it takes 55 minutes. So current algorithm developed by the creators, AI, they take only 27 seconds. So the bringing AIs able to improve basically you're able to save a lot of time. So it's 55 minutes. It came down to 27 seconds to identify the RNA sequence. Okay. Next, another application, if you look at so image recognition, we said, so look at the X-rays and scan. So this all we can pass through the AI algorithms and find any difference between the normal and the non-normal. So it's another example when you look at if you want to do like post-treatment analysis or insurance payments, it's all linked through, right? So you can use your machine learning algorithms and stuff such a way that you can expect, okay, what is your readmissions when you expect? Because if you give the all the factors and try to build algorithm and say, what is the probability that this patients or either patients in a certain city going to readmission such a way that you can do a better management in hospitals. Okay. How other applications, if you look at how we can help, is on the robots, right? That's also again AI. So for example, current situation, if you look at sanitizing hospitals or any other areas, so you can bring your robots and you can use that for sanitizations. That's how you can AI can help in the current situations and going forward. This is what just learning from current situations, right? So now the next one of the other point which you want to look at, telemedicine, right? So how we can telemedicine can help, for example. So again, the chatbots can help in some level with telemedicine, and also you can have, for example, you have patients in remote areas and you can use a technology to answer certain questions from the patients from remote areas. So when I talk about Twitter feedback and Twitter analysis, Twitter almost like people use for marketing and other places. It can use again in terms of identifying people's stress, depressions, and anxieties. Because when you look at the text coming from the feeds, then you can identify how much like people in certain area or certain region or certain type of character people having any based on the message which you have, so you are able to recognize saying that there's some whether they have stress or in a depression or anxiety. This all we can help. So another example how we can this I can help the in-home care. In-home care, like if you have other people in home care, or any other support, you can use the robots to do most of your daily routine activities. That's also you can AI can help you. The other example, if you look at another place where if you look at current situations or any the medical field or any other situations, most of the time people will spend on administrative task or a routine task. If you have a routine task or administrative task, then you can automate most of the activities. If your right data is available and you know that you spend a lot of time in building the administrative task, then you can what you can do is you can automate. That will save a lot of time. So most of the situations what I see in most of the industries, too much time spent on admin task. So if you can able to automate your admin task, creating kind of a dashboard that can be automated where senior manager want to see certain information at the right point in time. So this all work can be automated in such a way that the people can be used productively in different areas of the work, which actually very people is needed. There are other works along with the AI. People done some of the works. Google Labs doing a lot of work related to in the medical field or any medical field or as well. Some of the things which I want to take it an example here is so they're using the retina scanning. So they use some image-based deep learning techniques to identify any cardiovascular risk associated with patients. This is another classic example of deep learning image recognition, where can be used in real life. So it's a kind of a better use of AIs. The other project again run by Google along with the other third parties. So it's called Project Nightingale. So where they collect data from 2,600 plus hospitals to do a better to help to understand the it's help in all the ways, such a way that understand the hospitals, the better planning perspective, also to the government organization to how to use what all this is, statistics and all those informations, as well as the in terms of try to predict some different patterns, see at certain point in time. Okay, these are some of the classic cases. There are much more than that. So these are some of these classic cases which I explained. So this is what I said in terms of medical field, because we're talking about the COVID, the current situations, how it can help, where it can help. So when you look at in terms of general business perspective, like if you look at overall business perspective, the two things are changing now, right? So one, if you look at now, we are doing a video conferencing, right? It's changed. Initially, this conference should be like probably in person, paper presentations. Now we're changing back to the online. So changing. Now look at the educations. Education also changing, right? So you can do courses from anywhere. You don't have to go to. So now kids also doing online schools. So this is changing. So what is changing? Almost if you look at all the business, if you look at everything is changing now. Now how AI can help on such situations. For example, when you want to build, if you look at some simple example, entertainment industries, right? Movies. So what they're going to do, what's trying to next level. So they want to host under Netflix instead of in theaters, right? So for example, sports. What is next business? What I want to do, right? So and travel and tourism. How AI can help, right? So one of the example is augmented reality. It's not true experience, what given the conditions, so you can help using augmented reality, right? So you can bring AR. And you look at the people now, most of people, because you have social distancing and all this concept now, and also people are now changing, right? So changes, so you always have to change, right? You have to change with respect to what's happening, right? So when you have this change, so what you have to do is like, so how, if you have make use of this change and tools whatever it's available, and how you use it for business, that's the thing that you have to think now. What all things people looking at is, cloud storage, looking at storage or disaster recovery plans. These all people are thinking now, like in terms of how you can manage your, in terms of general business perspective. Okay, so these are general view, and if you have any questions, I think I can take up the questions.
Thank you, sir, for introducing us to the complex and trending field of data analytics. We have received new insight into data design, machine learning, and other areas of AI, and how companies like BlueRock, Cube, and Clevy are practically using it in this current scenario. Now, let us go ahead with the question answer session. The first query is from Jesto. Go ahead, Jesto.
Hi, sir.
Yeah.
So my question is, with gleaming academic credentials like yours received so early in your career, please share your learning practices with these budding managers and academics.
Nice. So yes, I was an academician earlier. Like I've done PhD and taught some courses. Then I moved to industry actually to learn much more. So there are some challenges in terms of what industry need and what academic research actually. But we actually, when you look at in terms of it's my point of view is that it is better have to have a better collaborations, because the business problems business will know, so academics will not know. So academics most of the time spend more time on research. It's more on academic research, right? So that's I see. So if you bring the business problem to an academic and say, oh, I have this problem, can you solve me? So that's how the collaboration can help. So because in my view, so recent one of the problem which I was actually solving. So basically, I'm trying to build. My work around this in terms of anti-money laundering and counter-terrorist financing analytics. So one of the problem which I had is, it's age-old concept called graph theory, right? So how do I can bring the academics papers from the graph theory and I can build something called network analysis, right? So if you look at that, this is the graph theory was age-old problem. Age-old studies, academic studies already there in the book, but actually the practicality is coming in the last 1 or 2 years. So there was a gap, right? Historically, people didn't see this fact. So, and what I'm talking about in the future also, we will see some of the academics which is already done some work can be used in industry, as well as the other way around. Some of the industry problems which can tell the academics, say that, I want to look at these problems, and I can go to academic and say, can you please help me to develop something? Yeah, so that can be the collaboration.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, Jesto. The next question is from Induja. Induja? Okay, it seems like she's not online. Okay, so the next question is from Tara. Tara, please go ahead.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
So my question is, in this COVID times, what are the strategic priorities for your organization to deal with uncertainty?
Okay, so so every organizations follow through changes. So so and the strategy also depends upon the what type of organization you have in, what sectors you are in, what how it works. For example, you look at the banking sectors. If you look at now, people want, if you like, you want to open an account, you can use no mobile app, right? So you don't have to go to the bank. You just open a mobile app, upload all your documents, and so you can open a bank account, and they will deliver your debit cards and checkbooks at your home desk, right? Home. So so you people try to change all and moving towards the digitalization. Okay, so that's how when you look at and for example, if you look at an industry, like if you look at different industries, travel and tourism, that's mainly hit on this COVID, right? So now how they can build a strategy, on one example, you can bring like augmented reality to help them to have some kind of experience, because you cannot travel much, right? So next thing, what they're trying to allow some of the people, so you use this available data from the public available informations and try to crunch. For example, if you know the patterns on the travel patterns, so you wait, so you keep looking at the travel patterns and you plan your business model accordingly. So you have to keep changing, so you have to keep changing based on the what the current environment is. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Yes, sir.
That being the last question for the session, thank you, Dr. Yunus, for your invaluable insights.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak at the right time. Thank you. Bye.
Now, we are on segment of paper presentations, and I welcome you all to the session. I also invite the session chairs, Professor Prashant P. John, Assistant Professor, FBS, who is specialized in management, psychology, and personal management, and Professor Delma Talit, Assistant Professor, FBS, who is specialized in industrial relations and international human resource management. For the opening session, we will have the paper presented by Dr. Nitya, followed by Arunjan, Marvin, Radhika, Arundev, Sharon, Josh, Judy, Pranav, Aishwarya, Vishnu, Don, Jitin, Julna, and Ramesh. I'm as excited as you all to do this virtually. So fingers crossed. Let me first read out the guidelines in the presentation. Please stick to the allotted time of 10 minutes, of which 7 minutes are for the presentation, 1 minute for the conclusion, and 2 minutes for question answer session. In case you exceed the allotted time, there will be a gentle reminder regarding the same at 7 minutes and 8 minutes. Thank you. Wishing you all the best. Now, to kick off today's presentations, we call upon Dr. Vidya Kala, Head of Department, and Dr. K. Nitya Kala, Assistant Professor, PSGR, Krishnamal College for Women. Ma'am, please go ahead.
Hello all. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello all. Hello. Am I
Hello?
audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello. Hello.
Hello? Hello? Ma'am, you're
Yeah.
audible.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, ma'am. We can see the presentation.
The PPT?
Yeah, yes.
Hello, can you see my PPT? Yes. Okay, thank you. Thanks a lot. I'm Dr. K. Nitya Kalla, and we are going to present a paper on study on perception towards organizational. Hello, am I audible? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thank you all. Thank you all for giving us this wonderful opportunity to present our paper. Our paper is titled on perception towards organizational strategies with specific reference to women in leadership position in Coimbatore district. And this project is funded by ICSSR, and we are very grateful to ICSSR. And we are also grateful to FISAT, the school, for giving us the opportunity to present our. Okay, so about women leadership components of organization. Leaders generate visualization and motivation. Leadership plays an indispensable function in economic progress. Women are large regarded as homemakers with to do with commerce. Recent generations across world, all negative bill COVID-19, we have seen throughout the world how pandemic. Global gender gap report is clear that this progress that the women have passed. We had still a long way to go when it comes to the education. Due to the lack of supportive structures, the organization, the social norms are some of the barriers that the thing that needs to be addressed. Objective of this paper is to analyze the organizational strategies in the perspective of women leadership position. The purpose would be this study focuses on the organizational strategies. There are a lot more strategies, but due to the time constraints, we looked only into the organizational strategies in the perspective of women in leadership position. The findings of the present study would be useful to provide information to the organizations. Yes. Am I audible?
Looks like
Nitya, ma'am?
there's a technical issue with Nitya, ma'am.
Nitya ma'am, your audio quality was poor. Second, your presentation was not visible towards the end.
Ma'am, Nitya ma'am is, I think, left the meeting.
Let us wait for 2 minutes.
Yeah, sure. Looks like Dr. Nitya has got some technical issue, so let's wait till we get her back. I hope everybody is doing well. Dr. Nitya might be joining us in a while. So we will have the next presentation by Mr. Arun Chand, Associate Professor, Talk H Institute of Science and Technology. Sir, please go ahead. Arun, sir? Arun, sir, are you there? Looks like there is another technical issue. Therefore, we will move on to the next presentation till we get them back. I would like to call upon Mr. Marvin Sabu, MPhil Scholar, School of Management and Business Studies, MJ University, to present the paper. Sir, please.
Pratibha, shall we move to next presenter, Radhika GS?
Marvin, sir?
Okay, he's presenting. Okay, fine.
Presenting. You can see the slide, sir. Marvin, sir?
Pratibha?
Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'm just checking whether I am audible or not.
Okay, sure.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, yes.
Okay. So good morning, all of you. The title, first of all, I am Marvin Sabu, MPhil Scholar at School of Management and Business Studies, MG University. So the title of my study is Evaluation of Effectiveness
Excuse me,
of
sir. May I
Mutual Fund.
interview? Your slide is not. We cannot view your slide.
You cannot. Actually, I am sharing the slide. Okay, I will try once again.
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay.
Yeah, Delma, actually, the slide can be viewed. It could be viewed earlier. Maybe you should just check your system, Delma.
Okay, okay, madam.
Delma, ma'am.
Okay, okay.
Okay, because earlier it was seen.
Okay. Madam, is it now visible?
No, no, it is only presenting. Yeah, fine. Now it's visible.
Okay.
Please continue.
Okay. The title of my study is Evaluation of Effectiveness of Mutual Fund Sahihe Advertisements During COVID-19 Pandemic Among Non-Mutual Fund Investors. So it's a bit longer title. Anyway. So before going to my study in detail, first of all, what is Mutual Fund Sahihe? It's actually it's a campaign kickstarted by AMFI, Association of Mutual Fund in India, for the creation of awareness regarding mutual fund investment as a simple investment avenue. So the basic purpose of this Mutual Fund Sahihe campaign is to create awareness among the common public regarding mutual fund as an investment avenue. So I think all might have seen these advertisements. At least majority have seen these advertisements. So I have conducted this study during November 2019 to analyze the effectiveness of mutual fund Sahihe advertisements. So I keen upon the advertisement. Actually, the Mutual Fund Sahihe campaign has a lot of other campaign techniques like using their website or other things. So I keen upon only the advertisement part of Mutual Fund Sahihe. So based on my study during November 2019, I have concluded that the effectiveness of Mutual Fund Sahihe is not much better according to their purpose. But yet again, I have conducted a study during July, that means this month, 2020, regarding the effectiveness of Mutual Fund Sahihe. So the difference between these two time periods, that means the November 2019 and the 2020 July, the difference is that now we are going through the COVID-19 pandemic. And during this period, AMFI has effectively introduced their brand new advertisements regarding the Mutual Fund Sahihe campaign. The specialty was that you can see from this advertisement. Actually, some might have seen this advertisement. Majority have seen this advertisement. Actually, this advertisement basically used the celebrities, basically the cricket celebrities. So I want to understand whether there was a difference in the effectiveness of Mutual Fund Sahihe advertisement regarding the non-mutual fund investors. So that was the basic purpose behind my study. So the basic details I have given regarding what is Mutual Fund Sahihe. So the relevance of the study is that after the inception of this Mutual Fund Sahihe campaign, it has been 3 years now, and we have to understand what is the effectiveness of this campaign, because during the COVID-19 pandemic, people are more stick to the online devices, and I think they are more stick to the media. So even that period too, I want to understand whether this mutual fund Sahihi advertisement were effective or not. So basically, I have to the two things. First of all, the awareness of non-mutual fund investors regarding mutual fund as an investment avenue, and second one, to understand the attitude towards the advertisement kick-started by Amphi, that is mutual fund Sahihi. So this is a screenshot from my study, the financial literacy test. Actually, there are some noise I am hearing. Can someone mute the audio? Okay. Anyway, the objectives of what my study is given, and I have told by myself. I am not again repeating it. So the hypothesis is given. So the research methodology followed in the study is that it's descriptive and exploratory in nature, because it's a one of the I don't see any studies related to mutual fund Sahihi or anything like that. So it's a first attempt to study the effectiveness of mutual fund Sahihi especially during the COVID-19 pandemic. Because during the COVID-19 pandemic, there are the brand new advertisements which were kickstarted. So I want to understand whether there was a difference between the former mutual fund Sahihi advertisements. So actually, I'm not going through the tools because it ranges from correlation to two-way factor analysis, etc. So this is the conceptual model in order to understand the positive attitude towards the advertisement of the respondents. So the three factors, that's hedonic or pleasure, product information, social image. These are the three main factors I have utilized in my questionnaire to understand whether the respondents have a positive attitude towards the mutual fund Sahihi ads. So this is a reliability statistic, Ronback alpha, and the PCA principal component analysis, factor analysis I have conducted, and it shows my reliability of my questionnaire. Then I have conducted the chi-square. I will come through these things. So let's discuss what is the outcome of my study. First result is that there is a moderate positive correlation between financial literacy of the respondent and the awareness of mutual fund investment. The meaning is that if you have a good financial literacy score, then your awareness regarding mutual funds is also good. It's a common logic. Second one is that there is a moderate negative correlation between savings and financial literacy score. This means that even though your savings is better, that means your proportion of savings is better, it is not correlated with your financial literacy score. That means there are many factors predict your savings pattern, not only the financial literacy score. The third thing finding is that the factors such as financial literacy score and savings have a significant effect on the attitude towards mutual fund Sahihi advertisement during COVID-19 pandemic. That means the factors or the two factors, financial literacy score and savings, these two have a good effect on the attitude towards mutual fund Sahihi. That means if you have a good financial literacy score and savings pattern, these two basically move on to a good attitude towards mutual fund Sahihi. Then you can see there is a strong association between savings pattern of the respondent and the age. Greater the age, more your savings. As an interesting finding, male investors are more aware about mutual fund as an investment avenue compared to female. Actually, it may be by chance, it may not be generalized. And the main finding of my study is that it has been understood that from the analysis, there is no significant difference in awareness level of.
Could you please conclude in 1 minute?
Okay. So the main finding of my study is that when compared to the November 2019 study and 2020 July study, there was a significant difference in the attitude of mutual fund, non-mutual fund investors. That means the brand new version of advertisements of mutual fund Sahi were effective in order to grab the attention of the non or the common public compared to the other previous ads. So the meaning is that the prolonged showing of this advertisement can create a positive effect on public regarding mutual fund as an investment avenue, even though the awareness level has not been increased during this COVID-19 pandemic period, as of my study. So that's my part and the bibliography. Thank you.
Okay, sir.
Thank
Thank
you,
you
Mr.
so
Marvin.
much.
Okay.
Now I invite Prashant sir to present the query. Sir, please.
Mervin?
Prashant sir?
Mervin?
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir.
Okay, very good morning. It was indeed the study has done well. It has touched on all areas, but one thing I am quite doubtful is regarding it is a descriptive. You mentioned that it is a descriptive and exploratory study, right?
Yes, 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 sir. Yes, sir. Very well.
And you mentioned no study has been done on this prior to your study, right?
Yes, sir. I have not.
Because
Yes,
basically
yes,
you are looking into the advertisement effectiveness and attitude. This is what your title is talking about,
yes, sir.
right?
Yes, sir.
So two things,
Yes, sir.
basically
Yes,
ad effectiveness and attitude.
Yes, sir.
So regarding so many mutual fund studies has been done on based on this ad effectiveness. Already it is there. I'm not sure why you mentioned like that, but coming to the analysis result part, even though you are talking about advertisement effectiveness and attitude, finally you are talking about the relationship between financial literacy and scoring, the ages and other things.
Yes,
Why
sir.
it is happening? Why is there is a difference between these two?
Because I want to know whether the financial literacy score has an effect on their attitude level regarding the advertisement.
But
And in my
attitude
study,
was, did attitude was measured?
yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sure, sir.
So what was the response regarding attitude measurement? I couldn't get it.
And okay, that was the final finding. Actually, the best finding. The finding is that
No, I am asking about attitude. Yeah, exactly. Come on.
Yes, yes. So the result was that if a respondent have a good financial literacy score and savings habit, it's more or less prone to good attitude level towards the advertisement. And the main finding is not that. In comparison to my prior study conducted during November 2019 and the current study, I have seen a significant difference in the attitude level. That means during this COVID-19 pandemic period, the people are more having more positive attitude towards the advertisement compared to the previous.
But it was I
the
don't
reason
think,
I have
one reason is because I never found in the slides that you are talking about this COVID-19 and attitude. It was mainly talking about financial literacy score and other things, other dependable factors. This was which you are talking about. That is why I am quite doubtful.
Why I have included COVID-19 because this brand new version of advertisement were kickstarted during this COVID period.
Okay.
Including the Sachin Tendulkar, all that, and also
Okay.
the people are more strict to the advertisement during this period.
Fine.
So that's the reason I have.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mohan.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Nivin?
Sir?
Okay,
yes, sir.
fine.
Next, I'd like to call upon Ms. Radhika GS, PG Scholar, Sacred Hearts College, Tevra, to present the paper. Ma'am, please.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Are you able to see my presentation?
No, ma'am. As of right now, we can't see your presentation, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, now we can see it.
Good afternoon to the respected dignitaries and all others present here. First of all, let me thank you for giving me such an opportunity. I am Radhika Dias, a PhD scholar at Sacred Heart College, Devra. I am here to present a paper on financial freedom of transgender in Cotton Corporation. Before presenting the paper, let me walk you through what motivated me to choose this topic. Third gender or transgender is a common notion nowadays. Only in 2011, they were included in the Census Report of India. And only in the year 2015, the verdict of Supreme Court grants transgender the third gender status and permits them to equal access in education and job. Moreover, the transgender have to face innumerable difficulties in their day-to-day life. So, I wanted to do this topic because it is imperative to find out exactly why transgender don't have the freedom as we have, or why they don't enjoy the privilege that we have. Now, let me introduce my topic. As we all know, our country India has been celebrating independence for 72 years. The Constitution of India has entitled upon the citizens of the country with the freedom of speech, expression, religious, social, and cultural norms. These freedoms have evolved over the years since their inception. But the financial freedom, which enables a person to live in their own discretion and allows a person to become self-sufficient, remains outside the ambit. And it is this freedom that is most at risk. Now, let's discuss about the objectives that have been set for the purpose of the study. First, to understand the awareness level among transgenders regarding various financial schemes and policies available to them by the government. Next, to analyze the employment and economic status of transgender. And finally, to examine the significance of self-help groups and non-government organizations in improving the overall financial status of transgender. Now, let's take a look on the methodology used in the research. For the purpose of research, data was collected with the help of questionnaire from 50 transgender in 14 corporations. Convenient sampling technique was used, and research tool applied for analysis is chi-square test, charts, and percentage method were also used. Now, let's move on to research hypothesis. 4 hypotheses have been formulated for the purpose of the study. First, there is no significant relation between educational qualification and awareness level for various schemes provided by the government. Next, there is no significant relation between income and savings. Third, there is no significant association between financial assistance provided by SSD for members and non-members. And finally, there is no significant association between financial assistance provided by NGOs for members and non-members. Next is the literature review. These are some of the topics related to my work which I have referred. Now let's discuss about the data analysis and hypothesis testing. From the figure, the figure shows about the occupation of the transgenders. It is evident that 40% are self-employed, 24% unemployed, 60% corporate employed, 12% government employed, and remaining 8% are part-time workers. Next table shows the association. It is evident that education qualifications come up as a reason for the awareness about the various financial schemes provided by the government. The chi-square test, we can conclude that income come up as a reason for savings. Next, members. From the chi-square test, it is evident that membership in SSD between financial assistance provided by NGOs for members and non-members. From the analysis, we can understand that membership in NGOs contribute financial assistance to the transgenders. Now, let's move on to the next slide, which briefly explains the findings that I have come across. First of all, majority of the respondents belong to secondary education category, followed by primary education. Next, majority of them have availed reservation. Third, majority face discrimination in their workplace. Next, 66% of the respondents have income only less than 10,000, and majority of them have savings less than 10%. Majority of the transgender have invested only for short term. Next, more than half of the respondents have not registered for pension scheme. Next, 60% of the respondents have invested for education purpose, followed by housing. Next, majority of the respondents don't have bank account, and more than half of them have faced difficulty in opening a bank account, as well as face difficulty in availing loans from bank as well as other financial institutions.
Ms. Radhika, you have 1 minute left.
Okay. Majority of the respondents feel that private sector is as good as government sector. Now, let's take a look on what steps or initiatives should be taken for transgender to make the world better place for them and make it easier for them to navigate to have a life they deserve. First of all, family and society should accept the transgender community. Next, education should be provided to them, and also government should take initiative in providing financial assistance for the education they decide to study. Next, employment opportunities should be given for the transgender community. Fines should be imposed against those who discriminate them, and SFBs and NGOs should provide microfinance for transgender community to start small business. And let me conclude my topic by saying that education is the key for transgender empowerment, because better education gives better occupation, which in turn give them self-confidence,
Ma'am, to present the query.
Hello, Ratika. Can you hear me? Ratika?
Yes, ma'am.
Ratika, that was a very loving and very clear and crisp presentation. So congratulations for you. And Ratika, I have only one doubt in my mind. In your sample size, is there any sample who look for multiple sources of income? Say an employee who is working for is a government employee, also looking for other sources of income. Is there a sample as such in your group?
No, ma'am. They only said that either they were government employed, self-employed.
Okay, Radha. So definitely you can think of adding this group also, because there are people who looking for multiple sources of who are doing multiple businesses. Okay, they are working simultaneously. They are looking for. So this is only for one suggestion from my part, Radhika. Thank you so much for your beautiful presentations. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, we have Mr. Arun Chand, Associate Professor, Talk Edge Institute of Science and Technology, for the paper presentation. Sir, please. Sir, you are not audible. Can you switch on your mic, please? Sir, can you switch on your mic, please?
Sir, unmute.
Arun sir? Arun sir, you're not audible. Please unmute. Yeah.
Hello, yes, good morning to all. It is unmuted. Is it okay now? Hello?
Yes, sir, but we are not able to see the presentation. Hello, sir? Hello?
Hello? Hello, is it okay now? Hello?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Is it okay now?
Hello?
Okay. Good morning to all. Yes, yes. Good morning to all. Today I would like to present a paper titled as Determining the Relative Significance of Lifestyle Factors and Predicting Social Capital, a study using multi-layer perceptron. Now the world is under the spotlight of a pandemic called COVID. In a short span of time, the spotlight would be shifted from one point to another. A paradigm shift from penury to plenitude, sorrows to bliss, then calamity to contribute and dedicate the service to the society for a better cause by all. The contributing elements of a person
Arun sir, you're cutting off
society
in
are
between.
depending upon various factors like social
Hello? Arun sir? You're cutting off in between, sir.
lifestyle of a person, etc. Yes, you're not getting. Yes, hello.
Yeah, it's fine now, sir.
Hello.
We can hear you. We can hear you, sir.
It's fine. Okay. Yeah, okay. That's through this study that we fit into the relative significance of lifestyle factors on predicting social capital of educators in Kerala. Lifestyle is a distinctive factor or mode of behavior lifestyle is a distinctive mode of behavior centered around activities, interests, opinions, attitudes, and demographic characters. Social capital is defined as the institutions, relationships, attitudes, and values that govern interactions among people and contribute to economic and social development. Then, according to theory, lifestyle of a person will lead to the social capital of the concerned one. The working definition is educator. As educators includes college teachers or college faculty members in engineering, management, arts, science, and colleges belong to government.
Excuse me, sir. So you're not audible.
Government-aided and self-financing sectors in Kerala. Major objectives of this study: define the dominant lifestyle factors influence social capital of educators. Is it okay now? Hello, is it okay now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Then when it comes to the research methodology, that is we have that the designer is a descriptive research one. This research was adopted for the study which falls into a conclusive research, and the questionnaire was framed after the exploratory phase, which was used to collect data for descriptive research. Primary data is questionnaire, and primary data was framed with the help of that is focus group discussions and pre-tested questionnaire, and secondary data was collected from Directorate of College Education and Directorate of Technical Education and other sources. The research instrument, it is of AIO inventory or activities, interest and opinion inventory, which was developed by Wilson and Tigert in 1977, which includes there were 300 statements, and he had conducted 160 studies, and from there he had developed 50 statements with 13 dimensions. When it comes to measure the social capital, it was developed by the World Bank. That is, 25 studies were conducted within 15 countries, and while conducting that social capital studies for the pilot study, India and Panama is also included, and the World Bank has developed a capital that is.
Arun, sir, your voice is cutting off.
SCAT or social capital assessment tool for measuring social capital. When it comes to the reliability of the data,
Hello, sir? Arun, sir, you're not audible. We will wait for Mr. Arun to join back.
hello.
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Yes, sir? Yes, sir. You're audible now.
അജു സാർ എന്ത് പറ്റിയെന്ന് അറിയില്ല സാർ, അത് കട്ടായി പോവാണ്. സാർ സാർ ഒന്ന് സ്ലോട്ട് പറയാം സാർ. ഞാൻ എനിക്കൊന്ന് പ്ലേസ് മാറിയിരുന്നു നോക്കാം സാർ. ഞാനൊന്ന് പ്ലേസ് മാറി പുറത്തൊന്ന് നോക്കട്ടെ സാർ. ഒന്ന് സ്ലോട്ട് ഒന്ന് വിളിച്ച് പറയാൻ പറ്റുമോ? ഓക്കെ ഓക്കെ ഓക്കെ.
Hello. All right. So Mr. Arun has some technical difficulties. So now we will move on to Dr. Nitya, Assistant Professor, PSGR, Krishnamal College for Women. Dr. Nitya, you may start.
Yeah. Can you hear me all?
Yes, ma'am. We can hear you.
Yeah. Just a minute. Listen. Is my screen visible, sir? And Dr. K. Vidyakala, head of the department, will be presenting a paper entitled A Study on Perception Towards Organizational Strategies with specific reference to women in leadership position in Coimbatore district. This study is funded by ICSSR MHRD, and we are very grateful to ICSSR. Women leadership in India. Leadership is one of the significant components of any business organizations. All of us do agree on it. Leaders generate a lot of collective visualization and they motivate others. Leadership development for women plays an important or indispensable function in economic progress of India. Women are by large regarded as homemakers with little to do with economy or commerce. The recent generations of women across the world have triumphed over all negative beliefs, even during the COVID-19 pandemic. From the Global Gender Gap Report, it is clear that despite the progress that has been made over the past decades, we still have a long way to go, especially when it comes to economic participation of the women. This might be due to lack of supportive structure within the organization, societal norms, and might be these are the barriers that are faced by women, which limits their options that needs to be looked into. The objectives of the present study is to analyze the organizational strategies in the perspective of women leadership position. The purpose would be to study the focus of organizational strategies in the perspective of women in leadership position. The findings of the present study would be useful for the organizations as well as for the women in leadership position. Methodology adopted for the study. This type of research is a descriptive in nature. The population comprises of entrepreneurs, women in top and middle level executive positions and project leader positions. Data collected from February to March, and sampling technique used is convenient sampling. Due to COVID, we could not visit them in person. Through snowball sampling and everything, we were able to reach to the women leaders through email. And the sample size consists of 23 respondents, and tools used is descriptive analysis. The review of literature, although we have reviewed lots of literature, for the presentation purpose, I've reviewed only one. I've listed only one. According to Rapp and Yon in 2016, they analyzed the organization strategies which help them to overcome the barriers in the career advancement of women, as well as strategies for addressing the obstacles. The study recommended in some strategies for women, their career advancement, that is, they have to build the business case for gender diversity, address the gender bias through employee training, and drive the change for inclusive culture. That is the suggestion given by the author. The analysis, using descriptive analysis, we found that there are, in organizations, there are clear promotion criteria for leadership position, and there are some lagging behind because of supportive, they lack supportive, strong supportive network. This is the barriers that the women are being telling, that although there is a clear promotion criteria, they don't have a strong supportive networks. The findings of the study are the clear promotion criteria for leadership position has the highest mean value. Most of the women agree that they have clear promotion criteria. They don't deny on it, but there are they lack supportive networks or strong supportive networks for their career advancement. They also agree that there are friendly work structure for women, and the overall mean score was about 4.12, shows that women in leadership position agree with the organization strategies followed in their respective organization. Conclusion. From the present study, we can identify that for overcoming the barriers faced by women in leadership position, it is imperative to follow individual and organizational strategies. Okay, so we have seen that women are advancing, but they still supportive coping strategies or organizational strategies for them to climb up the corporate ladder. The present study helps in understanding the kind of strategies that the organization should adopt to promote women leadership and help them to overcome the barriers. The organization strategies deals with the change at the organizational level. The study suggests that conducting an organizational strategy workshop, especially for the benefit of career advancement of women, especially during the crisis period like COVID-19 pandemic. Okay, across the globe, we can see that how women leaders proceed human-centric approach and how they have braved the pandemic across the globe. So, no doubt about it, how women leaders progress, but still they need supportive structures for betterment of all. The further studies are also should include wider areas, generalizing the findings of the present study, and also the after the pandemic, post-pandemic also studies have to be taken. And thank you all for giving us this wonderful opportunity to present our findings.
Thank you, Dr. Nitya. Now I invite Prashant sir to ask questions. Sir.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Nitya madam, good afternoon.
Yes,
A very beautiful presentation. Let me tell the outset that it was beautiful, especially in the case of the sampling method and analysis was perfectly matching. Descriptive analysis, very beautifully done. Only a doubt I have is regarding any particular strategies was selected or not.
Sir, only one strategy was selected. We have been working on it because of the COVID-19 pandemic. We could not carry out all the strategies. We are focusing on coping strategies and organizational strategies. At organizational level, we want the organizations to hold lots of workshops. Might be they have peer pressure, they have family pressure, and work-related stress. So might be these workshops could help them to reduce these stress, might be they'll be progressing even more or in a better level.
No, I ask you in the organization strategies whether you are focused towards any particular strategy like growth or retrenchment, something like that.
As a growth, sir, we want them to focus
Yeah.
on growth. They are
Okay,
ready,
okay.
but companies can provide opportunities for skilling and growth opportunities.
In your further study, you are looking for some particular strategy.
Yes, sir. For career advancement for women.
Okay,
Because
okay.
when we take all over India, only 24% of women occupy the top positions.
Yes, yes, yes.
Rest are not. So we wanted to find what's the reason, and if so, we were also wanted to provide some strategies for it.
Okay, Madam Nitya Kala and Madam Vidya, very beautiful presentation. Congratulations for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving us this wonderful opportunity. Thank you, the organizers, for also giving us this opportunity to present. Thank you.
Thank you, Nitya ma'am, and thank you, sir. Next, we have Mr. Arun Dev PR, Research Scholar, and Dr. Shibi Zacharias, Professor and Research Guide, School of Management and Business Studies, MGU, for the presentation. Mr. Arun?
Good afternoon, one and all. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Good afternoon once again. Thank you for the opportunity. And coming to my presentation part, the title of my study is Assessing the Students' Perception on Mentoring Support and Effectiveness of Mentoring Activity, a study with a reference to B schools in Kerala. I'm Arun Dev PR, and my research guide, Professor Dr. Sibi Zacharias. And coming to the introduction part, we know that business schools are always incubation centers for future managers and entrepreneurs. So it is the success of a particular business schools to mold the students in accordance with the industry needs. So each student should be given with attention, individual plans should be developed and implemented for each individual for their improvement and development. So proper attention should be given for their voice, should be given with proper psychological and emotional support. Along with that, academic and knowledge support, as well as career support. And presence of a role model should be there. So the thing is that as far as any business schools are concerned, the mentoring activity is very important. And coming to the objectives, my objectives are to assess the perception of students towards the mentoring support received by B school students, to assess the effectiveness of mentoring support in B schools. And about mentoring is a relationship between two people with a purpose of learning and development. And in B school context, the faculty member, a particular faculty member will be the mentor, and students will be the mentees. And about the mentor is a person who is influential and supports his protege or mentee to achieve the life goals. In a business school context, mentoring relationship means a close and individualized relationship that develops over time between the faculty member and the B school student. And protege or mentee is an individual who is under the care, protection, or patronage of another person called mentor. And in business school context, a student can be considered as a mentor, or student will be considered as a mentor. And about the research methodology, the study is exploratory in nature. Sample of the study are the students studying in different B schools in Kerala. Systematic sampling method was used. The sample size was 300. Structured questionnaire is used for the data collection, and the questionnaire were distributed to the respondents and collected by the researcher. Primary as well as secondary sources were used for the data collection. And this is the respondents profile, and gender and year of study, first year and second year students are considered. And for the study, only self-financing B schools, business schools or institutions which provides MBA course from self-financing sector is only considered. And about the perception of students towards mentoring, these are the different perceptions that I have checked in my study. Um, mentoring is necessary for management students, and it helps in acquiring necessary managerial skills. Mentoring helps in ventilation of problems, and mentoring helps me perform to the best of my abilities in my class as far as the student is concerned. And mentoring gives me emotional support. Mentoring gives encouragement. Mentoring helps to succeed automatically. Mentoring makes me feel that I belong in college. I admire mentoring. Mentoring is a waste of time. These are the different perceptions checked in the study. And coming to the perception towards mentoring, this is a graph in connection with the um, response, and here we can see a clear mean value in connection with each of the perspective in terms of um, perception. Here we can see that emotional support in students believe that mentoring gives them emotional support, and it is helpful as far as the students are concerned. The mentoring is helpful for ventilating their problems, and they admire mentoring. And only a few students believe that it's a waste of time because the mean value is 2.09. And here we can see that as far as the students are concerned, because of the mentoring, they don't believe that they can perform best. And coming to the perceived effectiveness of mentoring, in mentoring, four elements were checked. It's a developed scale. The first, psychological and emotional support. Second, degree and career support. Third, academic subject knowledge support. And fourth, existence of role model. In this, effectiveness, we can see the effectiveness is represented in percentage terms, and psychological and emotional support, the effectiveness as far as the students are concerned, the effectiveness is 67%, and degree and career support, it is 54%, academic subject and knowledge support, it is 72%, and existence of role model, it is 58%. And here we can see business schools, their factor is degree and career support. And coming to the perceived effectiveness of mentoring, it's a representation of the overall effectiveness. It is 63% if we represent in percentage terms. And coming to the findings of the study, findings and discussion, and the important findings are the perception of students on the mentoring is found that students have collective positive and favorable attitude towards mentoring activity in these schools. Students think mentoring is necessary, it is helpful in acquiring managerial skill, it is helpful in emotional ventilation, it gives emotional support, encouragement, helpful to succeed them academically. Students admire mentoring and they don't think mentoring is a waste of time. Regarding the effectiveness of mentoring, the overall effectiveness is not in a higher level. Among the four components of mentoring, the first, academic and knowledge support, is comparatively high, also cannot be said as effective. It can be concluded that mentoring support given by B schools for their students cannot be said as effective. There are many areas for improvement. And coming to the conclusion part, as far as this current pandemic situation is concerned, mentoring is very important. The psychological support, the ventilation of their problems, and giving them career opportunities and support is very important. So student mentoring is very important organizational activity as far as the business schools are concerned, especially in this particular situation. There are a number of benefits out of mentoring for students, mentors, and the institution. The study intends to measure the perception of students about mentoring and effectiveness of mentoring exercise implemented. It is found that B school students have a very positive and favorable attitude towards mentoring. And regarding the effectiveness of mentoring, it is found that there are lack of effectiveness in mentoring activities implemented. B schools should focus more on effectively implementing mentoring exercises. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Arundev and Dr. Shibi. Now I invite Prashant sir to present the query. So please.
Arundev, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
It is an exploratory study and data analysis is conducted on percentage, right?
Yes, sir.
Can you explain your model, that is your independent variable and dependent variables?
Sir, here I have not considered independent variables and dependent variables.
Okay. It is only an exploratory study, just to know about only just to check out these variables. How does it affect?
Yes.
That is okay. Only to know. So is there, did you check up with, because you are talking about the effectiveness part was, you are talking about the indicators, but with
Yes.
the perception and support indicators, do you have any idea?
Pardon, sir?
With regard to perception factor as well as support factor, do you
Okay.
have any indicators, whether you have measured indicators?
Sir, I have measured that. About the effectiveness, four factors were considered.
Yeah, regarding effectiveness part, I am okay. Effectiveness
Okay.
you have measured perfectly.
Okay.
But the other two, your independent variable like a perception and another variable which has an effect is the support. Whether you have measured that, that is what I am asking. Whether
Yes,
you had questions for that.
yes, I have question for that. I have measured the effectiveness, perceived
Okay.
effectiveness.
Perceived effectiveness and perceived support you have checked up.
Yes.
That is also measured.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Fine. I will take. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity, all the organizers.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Very nice. Bye.
Thank you, sirs. Next, I call upon Ms. Sharon and Ms. Gina Philip, students from Giridivam College, for their presentation.
Hi, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Okay. So, good afternoon, everyone. I am Gina Philip and my friend TM Sharon. We both are taking a presentation based on post-pandemic business implications and exploration by corporates made under study. So, moving on to the contents, it includes introduction, problems and theories, post-pandemic business findings and solution. As we all know, 2019-20 coronavirus pandemic has affected the business systems all over the world, leading to the near total closure of industries, showrooms, business enterprises, small-scale industries, and also small-scale wages who are earning daily wages cannot be survived at this situation, and so many inflammation of is also conducting now. So some bigger industries provide some opportunities for the employees to work from their home, which makes them to survive, and other person who are working in small scale industries nowadays cannot survive at this world. So it's affecting all over the world. Now, jumping onto the problems and theories, the mostly affected ones are the small scale ones, which their day-to-day expenses cannot be met, which means the persons who are earning daily wages as a person who is doing lottery services and all such things are not possible to do their work nowadays. So in the case of that also, the social distancing facilities, people to do work from home, which have adverse effect on human resources in the productive running of the organization. And we have no other sources of direct communication with the management or the enterprise. So the manpower is substituted as machine, as employees are working 24 hours for their firm without considering their physical and mental strains they are working towards for their organization. And the major objectives of our study are to find out work from home is the only solution, to evaluate the scope of freshers in the society, to know the preferences of white collar jobs, to identify the quality of work which should be ensured. And the methodology which we used in the study is both the primary and secondary data. The primary data are mostly collected through online sample surveys and structured questionnaires, and the size of the total sample has 50 respondents. And the secondary data is collected through journals, magazines, articles, and so on. So the further whereabouts and findings are taken by my partner TM Sharon. I'm handing over to her.
Okay, I'm taking
TM Sharon. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, please go ahead.
Okay, we focus mainly on business. We know the business and has been the play. But there is issue between not only to target and the front of the range is to be negative.
Ma'am, there's a slight connection issue. Ms. Sharon, we can't hear you clearly now.
Yeah, you can't see.
No, we can see it. Oh,
Can you
now
hear
we
me?
can hear you. Yes, now we can hear you. Earlier there was an issue.
Okay. Okay. Usually, the development countries have the low per capita income. India among one the facing the problem of unequal distribution of income. Business aspect, the customers are suffering from the organizational complexity. There are three great conflicts of business. That is the business scale versus customer intimacy. Okay, we all know that the brand awareness and brand loyalty always pay for the brand expansion. There is no direct involvement as the pandemic practices which may have been interrupted. The biological and impersonally new world will affect the people and culture. Retooling provides the opportunity to nurture the more resilient culture. The economic research suggests that pandemic lead to immediate negative effects on the earning. The theoretical prediction in the GDP also a provide in rapid incline of the capital goods. Overall GDP and investment indicates larger economic impact. International trade also declined in the national income and output. Business activities also production process disrupted because of the cost of labor reduction. The financially stable peoples are also facing the problem of bankruptcy. Down in turn the demand and cash flow, it is relatively less with the financial damage. Then we have to move on to the quality of work should be provided. Focus on the employees' health, safety, and the well-being. Keep your workplace social even when your employees are socially distant. Listen actively and forget about the one-way communication from the work from home facility. Keep your employees informed and ensure easy access to important information. Eliminate information overloaded. Who needs to get what type of information? Then the findings and solution of our study is only white collar job professionals earn now from their living. The thing is more people should educate and achieve that much capabilities. If the vaccine is invented, make the virus under control, the situation like earlier become into practice. The practical side of the current situation is that the government should provide adequate facilities and provide opportunities for the situation. Entrepreneurship seems exaggerated option for this time. I'm concluding, after a very couple of years, the job requirement shift and all jobs improvement in technology and infrastructure make room for future jobs. The technology seems advanced day by day. Machines, internet, automation are taking system and find the job opportunities at every doorstep under practice. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Sharon and Ms. Gina. Now, I invite Delma ma'am to present the query.
Yes, Ms. Sherin, as far as you put in a great effort with regard to your presentation, good attempt. But I have a small suggestion with regard to your objectives. Looking into your objectives, you can be more specific. Okay, your conclusions is or your findings is not matching with your objectives. Okay, you can try improvising it. And what I can see from your presentation is that the socialization of losses is the post-pandemic implication. What is your say on that?
Socialization, ma'am, can you repeat, please?
Socialization of losses.
Socialization of losses is ultimately based on the pandemic situation, but the government doesn't pay a way for the get out of this pandemic situation for the day-to-day daily wage people like lottery following and all. Only white-collar job professionals earn from their living. Other all suffering from the starvation problems and all. They cannot earn. The breadwinner of the family is always in the criticism of how to live and all.
Okay, Sherin, thank you. So it still continues, right? Okay, thank you so much, Sherin. Okay, then.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Sharon, and thank you, Ms. Gina. Now I would like to call upon Mr. Josh Verghese and Ms. Judy Rajan, students from St. Gitt's College of Applied Sciences, to present the paper.
Good afternoon. I'm audible. Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You're audible.
Um, Good afternoon. Me, myself, Josh Verghese and Judy Rajan are here to present the paper on the topic collusion of COVID-19 in the retailing sector. And let me just present the screen. Okay, it's special reference to Kottayam. And as you all know, retailing is the final business that provides goods to the customers from the manufacturers. So in India, the retailing sector contributes about 10% of its GDP, and which costs among $1,600,000,000, and which makes India the top 5 retailing markets in the economic value. As you all know, now we are passing to a pandemic situation of COVID-19, and it has affected all the business units, even the online and offline businesses, and even the retailing sector was affected by the COVID-19 situation. So the statement of the problem here is, due to the rise of COVID-19 and associated lockdowns, the economies were affected in large. So in this study, we are looking to analyze the effect of COVID-19 with special reference to Kottayam town by picking the retailing business from the Kottayam, and the objectives of study are, we are divided objectives into 3: to analyze how the COVID-19 has affected the business, and second objective will be to find out how this affected retailers' income and financial stability, and how the retailers responded to this COVID-19 situation. So coming to the research methodology part, data collection was used with the help of systematic sampling method. Both primary and secondary data has been used in the study. The primary data was collected with the help of questionnaires from Google Form. Secondary data was collected from websites and articles and journals. As the data and study is going on this COVID situation, and the sample size were limited to 100 retailers. The other retailers included vegetables, electronics, and other shops in Kottayam town. Now let me pass on to my colleague Judy here. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. And next part is about the analysis and interpretation. And from this first question is that regular sales before this COVID situation. And from this diagram, which can clear that 53% of the retailers does not have the regular sales, and 40 of them says that they have a regular sales as before the lockdown, and rest are not sure about their sales. Next. And the second one is sales are reduced by day-to-day life, and this 39% of the retailer says that their sales are reduced below 1,000, and 35% retailer sales are reduced by 1,000 to 5,000, and just above 5,000. And the next one is that can they meet their daily business expenses? And from here, 40% of the retailers are not sure about whether they can meet their daily business expenses, and 27 says that they can meet their business expenses, and rest cannot meet their expenses. Next one is that can they meet their regular requirements of their family? And here, 53% of the retailers are not sure about how to meet their regular family requirements from their business. 29 of the retailers can meet their family requirements, and 18% cannot meet their family requirements. And next one is that the retailers' acceptance towards the government policies. And among the 100 retailers, 27 of the retailers are strongly agree with the government policies. 40% of the retailers are agree with that, and 27 retailers are in a neutral state. 5% retailers disagree towards the policies, and only 1 retailers were strongly disagreeing with these policies. And next one is our findings and suggestions. And from here, it's very clear that half of the respondents have running their business in between 1 to 5 years, and they lost their regular sales as before the COVID-19 period. And second one is that most of the retailers face the problem of unavailability of the product to sell, and also to find difficult to pay off their business expenses. The next one is that the retailers are not sure whether they can meet their requirements of the family, and they can be stable soon as possible. And next one is most of the retailers started door-to-door service and also increase their price of their product and services, by which they still believe they can maintain a good relation as before. A limitation is that number of the respondents were reduced to 100 retailers due to some lockdown restrictions and all. And the second one is that information availability is limited to newspapers and news reports. And our conclusion is that retailers were severely affected by COVID-19 situation, and most of the retailers lost their customers and sales due to various factors. The retailers, due to poor sales, found it very difficult to pay off their business expenses and also find it difficult to meet their household expenses out of the cash sales. In turn of coping up with the sales, the retailers started to hike their prices, and they still think that it will take long period to become stable. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh and Judy. Now I invite Prashant sir to present the query. Sir, please.
Josh and Judy, are you audible to me?
Yes,
Am I audible? Okay. First of all, I would like to congratulate you for doing a study at this level at MBA. You are MBA students.
MCOM.
MCOM students. At MCOM level, you have done a beautiful study. Very good. You have done a systematic sampling method, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
For 100 retailers.
Yeah.
Yes.
What is your population?
So it was about like 1,000, and we had the Kottayam retailers directly, out of which we.
So you had only 1,000 retailers in Kottayam.
Yeah, 1,000, and we had put a systematic interval in between and selected 100 out of it.
Out of 1,000, you selected 100. 1,000 retailers. What type of retailers you were taking?
It included vegetable shops and mostly restaurants. Like because of the COVID, all shops are not open, so it came out like the restaurants and like the small retail shops. They are related to clothes, footwear, etc.
Okay, there are only 1,000. Is this source of 1,000 retailers in Kottayam? Is it authenticated source?
Authenticated, yes, sir. Because it's still the Kottayam is under lockdown, and because little bit of difficult to collect the data from the shop, so we had to individually do it. It was a difficult task. Even the 100 was a difficult task.
Fine. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have Mr. Pranav and Miss Aishwarya, students from St. Gitt's College of Applied Sciences, Kottayam, for the paper presentation.
Am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you. Miss Aishwarya? Miss Aishwarya, are you there? Okay, it seems like they've been disconnected. So I think we'll move on to the next participants. So that would be Mr. Vishnu Manojit, student from St. Gates Institute of Management, for the paper presentation. Mr. Vishnu?
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go on.
Okay, so are my slides visible?
No, we can't see your slides.
Is it visible now?
Yes, we can now see your slides.
Okay, can I start?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. My name is Vishnu Manojit. I'm a student at St. Gates Institute of Management, and I'm here to present my paper, Marketing Post-COVID-19. So marketing is a study and management of exchange relationship, as we know. So the marketing has been severely affected by the coronavirus pandemic because so many areas or so many healthcare, excluding the healthcare sector, so many areas have been affected, and the approach to marketing had to be re-evaluated because of this pandemic. So it has become difficult for companies to keep their financial wheels turning because of poor revenue generation. We know the sales of companies have gone down significantly, and it's difficult for them to generate revenue, and this has affected them a lot. So this paper talks about how marketing strategies can be improvised and the methodologies adopted by organizations for better marketing of their products. So the questions asked in this paper are, how has COVID-19 affected marketing, and what are the marketing changes which will happen? So marketing strategies of organizations have been severely affected because of this unexpected virus outbreak, and because of this situation, organizations have not been able to properly engage in their activities, and the employees have been demotivated mainly because of the fear of unemployment. Motivation has been significantly reduced. So what we need to do is we need to create a protected and sheltered environment around us. Health should be given proper concern and importance, and also the major factors which affected marketing in the first place should have to be remapped again. So according to a survey conducted by Harvard Business Review, about 17% of companies did not survive the recession, which happened in 2007, and 80% hadn't regained their growth rate. So it's difficult for companies to regain their growth rate after such a pandemic. So the focus should be to deliver significant contribution to sales pipeline and revenue. So the ultimate goal of companies should be to reinforce their economy, because the economy will be down after such a global crisis. So what we can do is, first one is to improve the health. So health is the major concern here. Health is the new norm here. Humanity is at stake. So companies should adopt marketing strategies based on giving importance to health sector and also to societal needs, so that customers and people will have a positive attitude towards the company. The next one is changes in perception. If we dive back into our past, we can take examples of the Great Depression, the oil crisis in 1973, and the economic crisis of 2007. Mankind has been able to survive all those, and they have been able to tackle the problems provided given to them. So we can say that we can take this positive mindfulness, and brands can take the slogan of forgetting the past, and they can focus on the future. The next one is overcoming resistance. So the post-pandemic era will test the resistance of brands, and what they can do is they have to adapt to the situation. They have to communicate to their customers and employees about the status of the company and their brand, and this is a very important factor. They have to spread the message of hope and positivity towards the customers. Next one is creating awareness through campaigns. Now, campaigns have been there even in this situation, but still about 2-3 months before, contactless payments and transactions have become more common. So brands can take up digital campaign procedures, so that they can make themselves available in the market and to sustain their growth. Next one is holding budgets. So because of these drastic changes and the unpredictable future, it is recommended to hold back the budgets which may otherwise lead to losses for the company. So they have to review their budget, and they have to review the situation and take decisions accordingly. And the recommended move here is to hold their marketing budgets before taking any decisions. The next one is a new way of marketing. The focus will be to deliver significant contributions in sales pipeline, especially in case of business to business marketing. So the marketing should be mainly focused on customers. It should be customer based, and the companies should be aware about their external condition in the market and also their internal factors. and they have to take this into consideration. They have to develop marketing strategies accordingly. Next one is enhancing the business model. So this pandemic era has affected companies in a major way, and they have to create a plan which can be executed without any delay for the next 6 to 9 months, so let's say 1 year. And it is an important factor for the sustainability of the company. So they have to take their financial metrics into account, their cost and production and everything into account. They have to develop a business plan for the long term so that their company can sustain in the future. The next one is stakeholder communication. So we know the stakeholders form the basis of every company, and so they have to be given, they have to be communicated regarding any changes in the company policies and procedures. They should be given, they should be made aware about the situation of the company, about the status of the company. Even though it is a negative impact, they should be given, they should be aware about the current situation of the company in the market, and this will be helpful in the future. So transparency is the key here. So to conclude, we can say that marketing will remain the same even after this crisis. It's safe to say that after a certain amount of time, everything will go to normal. And now what we have to do is we have to improvise the marketing strategies rather than to change them. We have to adapt to the situation. The strategies should be more customer focused, and the internal and external factors of the company should adapt to the situation. And thereby, the major aim is to have a well-defined long-term strategy so that the companies can sustain in the future, and people will be aware about them, and they can grow on even though such a pandemic occurred. Thank you. That's all. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Vishnu. Now I invite Delma ma'am for the questions.
Hello, Vishnu.
Hello, ma'am.
Yeah, that was a wonderful presentation. And my question to you is, you told that there will not be any change particular to marketing.
Yeah.
Right?
Sorry, ma'am.
In your conclusion, you told that there will not be any change particular to marketing.
Any major changes, ma'am?
Yeah, major changes particular to marketing.
Yes.
But what, according to you, will be foreseeing for future as a specific change for future?
Now, specific change, especially in the field of marketing, I would say that it will be in digital format. So for let's say about digital campaigns, it's going to be increasing, and also the digital transactions and everything has been significantly increased for the past 2-3 months. Even though it has been there earlier, but significantly it has been increased right now. So it's not going to be the same for about, let's say, 1 year. So, but we have to adapt to the change, and we have to take into account certain strategies which can be improved. So I'd say digital marketing will be more prominent after this pandemic.
So reskilling is highly necessary, right, for the existing marketing executives, right? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Vishnu. Thank you so much.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vishnu. Thank you, ma'am. Next, we have Mr. Don Jose, student from Marian College, Kuttikanam, for the paper presentation. Don?
Okay, good
Are you
afternoon.
there? Yeah.
Am I audible?
Yeah.
Okay. Is my screen is visible?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay, fine. My research topic is impact of NSS volunteership on developing managerial competency. Then the significance of my study is to identify whether students undertaking volunteership get managerial competency than those who are not having volunteership. Then research methodology, questionnaire is used to collect data. Questionnaire is used as a data collection tool. Then a simple random sampling is used to select the sample. 7-point scale and ranking is used to measure the data. And sample size was 107. Then the population of the study is the All India National Service Scheme volunteers. Then my objectives of the study is to identify the impact of NSS volunteership on developing managerial competency and to find out which competency are more developed through NSS volunteership. Then to find out the relationship between NSS volunteership and managerial competency. Then according to my study, according to my research, it's clear that these are the top 8 managerial competency that developed through NSS volunteership. The first is teamwork skill, self-confidence and poise, willingness to learn, oral communication skill, flexibility and adaptability, plan to my own work, time management skill and problem solving skill. From Likert scale analysis, it's clear that among 107 respondents, 71 of them strongly agree that teamwork skill helps to develop their volunteership helps to develop their teamwork skill.
Don, we are unable to hear you. Don, is there an issue? Hello? Hello? Looks like Don has some internet connection issues. We'll just wait for him to join back.
Shall we move to?
Okay. Yeah. Looks like Don has some internet connection issues. We will move forward now. Next, we have Mr. Jitin P. Matthew, student from Marian College, Kuttikanam, for the paper presentation.
Yes, thank you so much. Am I audible?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, fine. My PPT is visible, right?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay. So good afternoon, panel. Let me introduce my topic. My topic is use of information communication technology tools and its effect on students' learning. So the study was on the topic, as you can see, information and communication technology and how it create a learning in the students. So as part of my study, I took a population of 61 students with the Google survey questionnaire method, and also about five literature were reviewed from past researchers. So the hypothesis I tested with the software SPSS using correlation and linear regression coefficient. So Kirkpatrick's learning and training evaluation theory was used to identify the reaction, behavior, learning, and result of the students by the use of ICT tools. So I chose that theory just to analyze how to order the question pattern of the research. So my variables for the study were the independent variable was use of ICT tools, and the dependent variable of the study was identified as the effect on student learning. So the objective is designed with the help of, as I mentioned earlier, Kirkpatrick's 4 levels of learning evaluation theory. So the perception of students on the use of ICT tools were measured with reaction and the change in their behavior and the learning and the results caused by it. So these were the hypothesis, null hypothesis. As you can see, the perception on the use of ICT tools has no relationship on the reaction towards the use of ICT tools. So all these were my null hypothesis. But after my research, I had to choose the alternative hypothesis. So the research design is constructed in descriptive and analytical in nature. Descriptive because I took demographic factors as well. So the sample technique was convenient sampling. So sampling size was obviously 61 students, as you can see from the slide. So the significance of the study, the present work will expose whether there is an effect on the students learning by the use of ICT tools. The work is significant because it tries to identify what are the results happening in the students' academic performance through the use of ICT tools. And third one is the study will directly enable the students to understand as well how results happen in their studies by using ICT tools. And also, if we are talking about this current scenario, we can add one more significance because during this period we are entirely focusing our education on the online tools. And yes, as I mentioned earlier, this is the Kirkpatrick's evaluation model. The first one is reaction, learning, behavior, and results. And these were the findings on the basis of correlation and linear regression models. I also used crosstab as well. So 40.4% engagement on the use of ICT tools are contributed by the respondents' perceptions towards the use of ICT tools, which is based on the reaction. And next one is 25.5% of the learning gained by the respondent with the use of ICT tools is contributed by the perception on the use of ICT tools. And all the remaining data is as well related with linear regression models. And the fifth one, comparing with female, it has been found that male use more ICT tools than the female respondents. And 49% of the respondents agreed that usage of ICT tools has an effect on the level of result caused by the use of ICT tools. So the points, findings 1, 2, 3, and 4 were identified with the help of correlation and linear regression methods through the SPSS software. And the fifth, sixth, and seventh points were made use of the crosstab method using the SPSS software as well. So these are the suggestions of my study. Promote the use of ICT tools among the female students and arrange training and ICT skills development programs for them, since the study showed that male use more ICT tools. And also promote activities that increase the computer knowledge of the respondents from basic and medium to advanced. Provide ICT tools to students who are economically backward. To simplify complex theories for easy learning, ICT tools can be used. So since there is a time limit, I'm not going to read the entire limitations of the study. So I'll read just one. So due to the limited period of time, the size of the sample was limited. And these are the conclusion part. So from this study, it has been found that there is an effect on the students learning by the usage of ICT tools. So that's about my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jatin. Now I invite Prashant sir to ask questions. Sir, please.
Yeah, Jitin, the presentation was good, but only one thing I have doubt is that you have taken a convenience sampling.
Yes, sir.
But it is basically a non-parametric and you have used SPSS.
Yes, sir.
It doesn't match us. That is one problem because the data purification will not be there. The normality will be quite difficult to get when there is a non-parametric. Convenience sampling is that it's a non-parametric. So I am not sure about the data purification method you used because SPSS, that is the only thing that I found. Otherwise, it is beautiful. Okay. Thank you.
Sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Due to connectivity issues, we had disturbances in the previous few presentations. I think Pranav and Aishwarya are ready with the presentations now. Pranav and Aishwarya, have you logged in?
Yes. Am I audible? Hello.
If you're ready with your presentation, this is the final chance which we could give you because we need to start the next session at sharp 2. Are you ready with your presentation, Pranav and Aishwarya?
I'm ready.
Yeah, so you can proceed with your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, sorry for the inconvenience that there is a connection problem. Hi, I'm Aishwarya Suresh and Pranav Raj from St. Kitts College of Applied Science. And today I'm here to present our paper on topic study on effectiveness digital payment on online teaching. And sorry. Is the screen is visible? Hello?
No, we're not able to see the screen.
1 minute. Now the screen is visible to you? Hello?
Yes, we can now see the screen.
Okay. First of all, the introduction. Due to the highly spread of COVID-19, nearly all of the regions were locked down and shutting down all activities, including people's social interaction. Most people are forced to do their home in their scenario. With the study, we concentrated on the rise of digital platform online teaching. Digital learning has become the vital of all the educational institutions around the world due to the uncontrollable pandemic. This pandemic has changed the traditional teaching process. Next, I'm going to the scope of our study. In this, we analyze that how the digital platform helps teachers to do their job as effectively and peacefully as possible. Next is the significance of the study. In the current scenario, digital learning is replacing conventional form of education and gradually every day. Digital learning plays a critical role in the field of education. The online platform will help students and teachers explore their ideas in the future and fly with colors. Next, as the objectives of our study, the first objective is to find out the degree of satisfaction of teachers. Next, to study about the effectiveness of digital platform on online teaching. To find the awareness on digital device of teachers. To identify the various factors which affect the online teaching. Next, as the methodology of our study, we take samples from Kottayam district as 100 teachers as our sample. The information is collected through both primary and secondary sources. And primary data is collected through structured questionnaires and the secondary data is collected through journals, websites, and articles. The sampling method we used in the study is snowball sampling. Next is the limitations of our study. The study mainly focused towards the effectiveness of online digital platform on teachers. The uncontrollable pandemic has a tremendous impact on the project. Time has become one of our main hindrance. The research is carried out in Kottayam district, so the entire stage is not considered where it could found other different factors as the result. Next is the data analysis and interpretation. First one is effectiveness of online teaching. Majority of the population reflected a very poor effectiveness from online teaching, whereas a minority of the population recommends that online teaching is effective. Next, as the use of technology, more than half of the population were not satisfied with the online teaching. About 47% of the respondents are satisfied about the online teaching. Next, as the satisfaction level of students. Majority of the students were satisfied on online teaching. About 40% of the respondents were not satisfied in the online teaching. Next is getting sufficient training. Majority of the teachers sees that they didn't get training for the online teaching, and a minority percentage sees that they got training from other sources. And our findings that majority of the respondents have negative effect on online teaching. Only 7% of the respondents have positive effect. Only 17% of the respondents are highly satisfied with the online teaching, and 49% of the respondents are not satisfied with this. Majority of them have negative opinion about online teaching. 63% of the students are not satisfied with the online teaching methods, and only 14% are satisfied with. More than half of the teachers feel stress for the online teaching. Only 27% are feel stress-free with the use of online teaching. Many of them have not get any training for teaching the students through online platform. More than half of the respondents are of the opinion that they don't adopt the online teaching platform in their future. And our main suggestions are the management may arrange training to teachers to effectively utilize the online teaching methods to develop their students to the newly competitive world. It will give a satisfaction for the teachers. Next, students should cope with the current situation and should effectively utilize online platform for their learning purpose. Due to the pandemic change, parents are also aware about online platform learning and make the child to learn through the technology. And our conclusion is that due to the pandemic, online teaching has become the only possible way of providing education to the students, and it's one of the most suitable technologies for providing knowledge. But in our area of study, due to lack of technological improvements and the lack of training to the teachers, has become a major threat to the online teaching. Thank you.
All right, Aishwarya, thank you for the presentation. Now I call Delma ma'am for the question and answers.
Aishwarya and Pranav, that was a great insightful presentation that you did. Okay, the thing that I can see from your presentation is that the huge skill gap the teachers are having may be the biggest problem that why these students are highly dissatisfied, right? Okay, so according to you, what would be your suggestion for balancing this skill gap?
Uh, the, in this situation, as of teachers are also get not sufficient training for the online teaching methods, and also students are they don't utilize their online platform learning in a proper way. It is one of a major problem in the situation.
As you have, may I interrupt you? As you have told, you are also studying the impact of these online studies. Could you please give a small suggestion to how we can improvise this particular situation? That is, at least one point which you could.
To improve situation.
Okay, Aishwarya, thank you. We'll move to next presentation. Thank you, Aishwarya.
Thank you.
Thank you, Aishwarya. Thank you, ma'am. Now let us break for lunch. We shall join back by 1:55 p.m. to hear from the rest of the participants. Anne Mary Jose, followed by Janice Penn, Ansi Stanley, Matson Joseph, Anina B. Kotaram, Telma George, Amrita P.A., Akhila P.A., and Adira C.S. Thank you.
ഇതിൽ സൗണ്ട് ഒന്നും കേൾക്കാനില്ല. മ്യൂട്ട് ചെയ്യാം, പക്ഷെ ഇവിടെ സൗണ്ട് ഒന്നും കേൾക്കാനില്ല. ഇതിന്റെ പ്രശ്നം എന്താണെന്ന് അറിയാം പക്ഷേ ഇതില് സൗണ്ട് കാർഡ് ഇല്ല. ഇതിൽ സൗണ്ട് കാർഡ് ഇല്ല.
We're having a short break now. We'll resume the session at 1:55.
ധന്യാവാസിനോട് ചോദിച്ചിട്ട് ധന്യാവാസം പ്രത്യേകിച്ച് മറുപടി ഒന്നും പറയണം.
We are having a short break now. We'll resume the session at sharp 1:55. Thank you.
അൺമ്യൂട്ട് ആവുന്നുണ്ട്.
ഹലോ ഹലോ ഓക്കെ ഓഡിബിൾ ആണ് ഓഡിബിൾ അതിൽ കേൾക്കാവോ നോക്കി ഹലോ
Afternoon all. Welcome to all the participants once again. I would like to invite the session chairs, Dr. Jose Verghese, Associate Professor FPS, who is specialized in marketing, relationship management, sales management, and Professor Biji U. Nair, Assistant Professor FPS, who is specialized in operations and marketing. We will have the paper presented by the remaining participants. The instructions will remain the same, and I'll just repeat it for you. Please stick to the allotted time of 10 minutes, that is, 7 minutes for presentation and 1 minute for conclusion, and there'll be 2-minute question and answer session after that. In case you exceed the allotted time, there'll be a gentle reminder regarding the same at the 7th and 8th minute. Thank you. Wishing you all the best. First, let us hear from Ms. Anne-Marie Jose from Marian College, Kottekanam. Anne-Marie, you may begin.
Good afternoon, respected panel. Danya ma'am is still presenting, so can you please give me the option to present? Okay, thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. My topic is the impact of creativity on learning and development. So my variables are creativity, which is independent variable, and it means the act of turning new and imaginative ideas into reality. And learning and development, it is the dependent variable, which means learning means the acquisition of knowledge or skills through the study, experience, or being taught. And development means the process in which someone or something grows or changes and become more advanced. And my objectives are to know the impact of creativity on 3 styles of learning, that is visual, auditory, physical, and aesthetic, and to know the impact of creativity in Bloom's taxonomy of learning. So the Bloom's taxonomy of learning was created in 1956 by Benjamin Bloom, and it was reorganized by Lauren Anderson, and the cognitive domain was reorganized. So it is remember, understand, apply, analyze, evaluate, and creative level. And next objective is to know the impact of creativity on 4 stages of learning, unconscious incompetence, conscious incompetence, conscious competence, and unconscious competence. And next objective is to know the impact of creativity in training and development, that is on-the-job training, off-the-job training, and also aid for career development, and to appraise the different creative learning methods. Research design, sample study is descriptive, analytical in nature. Population students of Marian College, Kottekanam. Methods of sample technique, convenient sampling method. Sample size 15 students. And data collection, primary data. Google form is used to collect the data. Tools of data analysis, mean method. And research question: what is the role of creativity for the learning and development of students in rural institution? Significance of the study for the students to know the importance of creativity for their learning and to analyze their development while learning everything in a creative manner, and for teachers to know about how students are developed by using creative methods in their learning, and for college institutions to evaluate the impact through this process of learning, and also what are the strategies which should be adopted in their academics. And findings: first, as per the first objective, the impact of creativity on 3 styles of learning. 60% of the students strongly agree that visual factors help them to learn better. 24% of the students strongly agree that auditory factors help them to concentrate better. And 30% of the students agree that kinesthetic factors help them to understand more better effectively. And as per the second objective, the impact of creativity on Bloom's taxonomy of learning, 62% of the students agree that creativity helps them to remember better. 60% of the students agree that creativity helps them to understand better. 46% of the students agree that creativity helps them to apply their knowledge, and 40% of the students agree that creativity helps them to analyze the situations much better, and 36% of the students agree that creativity helps them in analyzing and in evaluating the things and take better decisions, and 48% of the students agree that creativity leads to higher creativity. And as per the third objective, the impact of creativity in 4 stages of learning, 80% of the students agree that creativity helps them to move out of unconscious incompetent stage, and 40% of the students agree that creativity helps them to move out of conscious incompetent stage, and 60% of the students agree that creativity helps them to move out of conscious competent stage, and 60% of the students agree that creativity helps them to reach unconscious competent stage. And as per the next objective, the impact of creativity in training and development, 34% of the students agree that creativity in on-the-job training leads to effective learning, and 24% of the students agree that creativity in off-the-job training leads to effective learning. And creativity, and 32% of the students agree that creativity is an aid for career development. And as per the fourth objective, as per the next objective, to appraise different creative learning methods. So under this, 2 open-ended questions was asked to the students. First one is, what kind of creative learning methods help the students for their successful learning? And the second one was, suggest creative learning methods for new joining students for their course. So as per that, students say that online courses, fun learning activity games, PPT slideshows, LinkedIn open discussions, case studies, trainings help them to learn better. And as per the objectives, as per the first objective, the impact of creativity in 3 styles of learning. Visual style of learning has got a major impact by creativity. So the students usually prefer to learn in a visual form, visual presentation form, like through pictures, videos, and all. And as per the second objective, impact of creativity in Bloom's taxonomy of learning, creativity have got major impact on the remember level of learning. So creativity helps students to learn better by remembering the things. And as per the next objective, the impact of creativity in 4 stages of learning, creativity have a major impact on the unconscious incompetent stage. So the students are aware about their knowledge, and they can do the things in a better way. And as per the next objective, the impact of creativity in learning and development, students see that the creativity have major impact on the job training. So internship help them to learn better. So suggestions for institutions, creative oriented learning methods and activities should be adopted, and students will be able to learn better through their skills, imaginations, and fun-based activities. And for students, self-initiative to learn different courses through the different creative learning methods like MOOC courses and all. And for teachers, the teaching style should be changed in a creative oriented method, and more actively oriented activities should be provided to students. So for students, career development on the job and off the job training should be made compulsory. And rather than spoon feeding type of teaching, teachers should give students different task oriented activities like the role play to the students, which will learn better in a fun way. Limitations of the study. The study was conducted among the students of Marine College, Kutikanam only, and due to limited period of time, the sample size was limited, and sample size was not proportional to the entire population. And conclusion, creativity have a strong impact on the 3 styles of learning, and Bloom's taxonomy of learning, 4 stages of learning, act as an aid for career development, appraise different creative learning methods. And as per the research question, there is a significant role and scope for learning and development of students through creativity, mainly in rural institutions, that is, for example, Marine College, Kutikanam. So that's all about my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne-Marie. I now invite Dr. Jose to present the query.
Sorry, Nevin. Right now, Biji is going to ask the question. There is a technical issue with Dr. Jose. Okay, Anne-Marie, that was a wonderful presentation.
Thank you so much.
I have a small clarification that is required. That is, see, again, you were talking about creativity. See, creativity, when you implement it in different domains, the impact would be totally different. So have you looked into that? The impact of creativity in different domains? Because if you are implementing it in mathematics and business studies and totally different, maybe philosophy, sociology, the impact would be totally different. And among different age groups, again, it is going to be different. So have you looked at that?
No, ma'am, I didn't look about that. So I have done this among the students of Marine College only, because to know how great impact, to know the great impact about the college, about the students among the college. So that only I didn't done the research among different domains and all.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Maybe in further studies you can look into this aspect also.
Yes, ma'am, sure, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Anne-Marie.
Thank you so much.
Next, we have the paper presentation by Ms. Janice Bin, Assistant Professor of UC College, Alva. Ma'am, please.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, you are all audible.
Thank you. Shall I present my screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good afternoon, all my teachers and participants here. Uh, my topic is pandemic COVID-19 and its impact on travel and tourism. Okay, we know that we are in COVID-19 pandemic, and it has resulted in the loss of lives and livelihood all across the globe. And industries across the spectrum have been impacted by this pandemic, and the travel and tourism industry has felt maximum impact due to the grounding of plane, closure of railways, hotels, and other establishments. And we know that the travel and tourism industry has proven its importance as an important economic growth engine for the world economy. And for the last 9 years consecutively, the uh, travel and tourism industry growth rate has surpassed the growth rate of the global economy. And in 2019, the industry has grown 3.5% compared to the global GDP growth rate of 2.5 to 2.5%, accounting for 10.3% of the total GDP. And the industry has contributed 8.9 trillion US dollar to the global GDP and has created approximately 330 million jobs in the last 10 years. And when we see the national scenario, the data by the World Travel and Tourism Council reveals that in 2019, the tourism industry in India contributed 194 billion rupees to the India's GDP, and the industry also supported 87.5 million jobs out of 12.5% of the total employment in 2018-19. When it comes to the objectives of my study, my objectives is to study the scope of tourism industry both globally and nationally, and to study the impact of pandemic COVID-19 on the travel and tourism industry in India. And the studies only depend on the secondary data, which was obtained from various websites such as United Nations World Tourism Organization, Organization of Economic Cooperations and Development, and Federation of Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Then, when we see an overview of global travel and tourism industry, it is a sector which attracts a consistent investment. Historically, the travel and tourism industry has managed to attract all type of investors, and the investment in this industry constitute nearly 4.3% of the total global investments in 2019. In absolute terms, the figure stood as 948 billion US dollar. United States of America invested 209 billion US dollar in its travel and tourism industry, and followed by China, 170 billion US dollars in 2019. And India secured a podium finish in the same year, ranked third with a capital investment of 51.6 billion US dollar. Collectively, this top three countries accounted approximately 45% of the global investment into the travel and tourism industry. And when we see, before going to that, countries around the world rely heavily on the travel and tourism industry to propel the growth. For example, Macau, which is coined as Las Vegas of Asia, top the list with the highest share of GDP through direct tourism.
I'm trying with landline actually.
Through direct tourism,
So,
overall half of its GDP coming from travel and tourism industry.
in your mobile only.
Maldives was second in line with good percentage.
So it's
Yes.
ringing,
Sorry
but not maybe it's different like that. Acha, there is one.
Can you please mute?
There are ring.
and other popular holiday destinations such as Bahamas, Brazil were among us the top few with the direct contribution to GDP. And when we come to the whole of India travel and tourism industry, uh, uh, India, with its geographically and culturally vast landscape, attract travelers for a multitude of reasons, from business to leisure. India is also a home for 38 UNESCO World Heritage Sites. To boost both foreign and domestic travel, government had introduced several schemes such as Swadesh Darshan scheme, pilgrimage rejuvenation and spiritual heritage augmentation drive, and adopt a heritage. The main objective behind this scheme is not only to increase footfall but enhance tourist experience and employment opportunities in a sustainable way. And when it comes to the impact of COVID-19, when it comes to the impact of COVID-19 on the travel and tourism industry in India, this pandemic is estimated to have a debilitating impact on the Indian travel and tourism sector, which includes hotels, travel agencies, tour operators, destinations, family entertainments, then restaurants, etc., etc. Overall, losses are estimated up to a total of 16.7 billion US dollar, being a large employment generator of a country. 40 to 50 million jobs were at the risk in 2020, both directly and indirectly employed in this industry. With the large-scale cancellation of travel plans by both foreign and domestic tourists, there has been a drop in both inbound and outbound tourism for approximately 67 to 52% respectively from January to February as compared with the same period last year. And when it comes to the aviation sector, which contribute 2.4% of the India's GDP, in among the worst affected due to COVID-19. The spread of the pandemic across the country in the last 2 months has led to a 47% decline in the passenger traffic. Following the lockdown in the March, airlines have been incurring parking charges and then ground charges, etc. And this travel ban has largely impacted tour operators and travel agencies, as the restrictions have not been affected current booking and future booking too. And the other thing is that various pilgrimage sites, including large temples across the country, have been closed in the wake of the pandemic. And various pilgrimage sites, including large temples across the country, have been closed. Like
Sorry to
Tirumala.
interrupt, ma'am. Ma'am, could you please conclude in 1 minute?
Okay, sure. And I would like to give certain recommendation measures. The recommendation measures are like the recommendation measures can be taken by the government as like 12-month waiving of statutory rules include customs exercises and license fees, and increase in the insurance premium, and tax rebates by the government for encouraging spending on holidays, and GST reliefs and other incentives for corporates to organize meetings, conferences, and exhibitions within the country, and defer GST and advance tax payments at the central government level, and removal of fees for any upcoming licenses, permits, and their renewal. And a 12-month deferred in the increase of insurance premium related to the fire and theft, and 100% waiving of parking and housing charges for the duration of COVID-19 for a minimum of 6 months, and soft-term loans with 0% interest to meet fixed expenses for like salary, wages, utility, maintenance, etc.
Ma'am,
Thank you.
could we proceed to the question answer session? I invite Joe sir to present the query. So please.
Yeah, Janice ma'am, can you hear me?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay, I'm not asking you a question which is not pertaining to your presentation. I just wanted a view on your view on this. I mean, you said that the travel and tourism industry is affected by the COVID-19. So how
Yes.
do you see? I mean, of course, there could be a lot of changes that would happen in future in the travel and tourism industry. What kind
Yes,
of not changes that you are anticipating in travel and tourism industry in future after COVID-19?
What kind of changes?
Changes you are anticipating in from the existing pattern of the travel and tourism industry. What are the major changes that you might be anticipating in this industry?
Okay. See, we can arrange some local holidays. I have a term, but I forgot it. See, we can arrange a holidays. A certain group of people or a family can arrange a holidays in a local places. Local holidays, local holiday things can be happen.
You're basically, you're basically saying that rather than this international
Yes,
things, you
yes.
will have local sports that would be acting. I mean, go globally but locally acting. That's what you're
Yes,
saying, right?
yes, yes.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. It was a nice presentation. Thank you.
Sir. Thanks so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Next, I would like to call upon Mr. Ramesh Yernagla, Director, Indian Council of Social Sciences, Social Science Research, to present his paper. Sir, please. Mr. Ramesh? Mr. Ramesh, are you there?
Janice ma'am, could you please stop presenting your slide so that Ramesh sir can start it? Thank you, ma'am.
Ramesh sir will be presenting. Ramesh sir will be presenting at 3 o'clock slot. So I think Ansi and Nathan can start their presentation.
All right then. Then next I would like to call upon Ms. Ansi Stanley and Mr. Matson Joseph, students from Giridibam College, Kottayam, for their paper presentation.
Sir, am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
So my partner is first presenting, but he's not responding. Now, one sec, please.
Sure.
Hello? Hello, sir. Sir.
Yes,
Hello?
we can hear you.
Hello.
Yes, Mr. Matson,
Okay.
we can hear you.
Okay. Am I audible? Hello? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Hello?
Yes, sir. We can
Hello?
hear you.
Okay. Hi. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm Maxine Joseph. Hello. Good afternoon. Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
And my okay. My name is Maxine Joseph. I and Ansi Stanley together gonna do this project. Okay. Thank you for authorities for giving this wonderful opportunity. Okay. Back when I was a child, I remember my teacher holding my hands to write on a slate with a slate pencil. And from then on to notebooks, from pencil to pen, then to mobiles, tabs, and laptops. And now we are in the era of digital platforms. Okay, now let's consider the situation of global pandemic. It has affected our classroom education. We've tried fixing it with virtual education. Thanks to the modern technology, students can now attend class from the comfort of their home. The statement of problem for the study is a sudden transformation from in-class education to online makes radical changes. The pandemic is forcing the universities rethink and revalue about the technological changes. Education sector realize the now situation and they should focus on disruptive implication of technological innovation. This emergency transition to distance learning highlighted the fact that many students lack the required infrastructure needed to maintain continuity in their university education. Pre-pandemic, the main measures of success of educational institution was helping students worldwide to fulfill their goals and prepare them for employment, and to stimulate research and innovation. In addition to meeting the needs of employers, will the technological disruption of digital technology and online learning reflect those success factors. We are including in our presentation objectives, methodology, findings, suggestions, and conclusions. Objectives are: will online replace traditional classes? Are there opportunities for growth? How to ensure the quality and credibility of entry exams? Is there availability of enough solid infrastructure for online studies? Which benefits should be emphasized? What is the immediate reaction towards the change? In here, the methodology, the study use both primary and secondary data. Primary data is collected through online sample survey method using a questionnaire. Study include 50 respondents. Internet, magazine articles were the secondary data sources. So let's look into the pros and cons of online education. First thing is, students taking online courses can learn Friends taking online courses can learn in a way that benefits them. When students are doing independent work, they have more opportunity to adjust how they study based on their learning preferences. Also look at the convenience in relation to study location, time. There is no community or traveling time to campus. It is less expensive. It provides an opportunity to learn new technologies and practicing the use of different software. We can work with classmates and other students around the world. Another important thing is that it throws up opportunities for individualized learning. So being able to attend classes when, how, and where it suits you allows you to create a customized schedule that suits your learning style. When we come to the cons, the negative side, um, reputation. Many firms and institutions are quick to dismiss an online education. Lack of social interaction, fewer courses. Limitations of my study is that the study is an online sample survey which includes all conventional limitations. The scholar does not claim that the data collected are 100% reliable. Respondents were not willing to provide true responses for questioning personnel in future. A deep analysis could not be made because of limited time and resources. So next it will be rest will be continued by Nancy Stanley.
Hi, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, please go on.
Okay. From our study, our findings were there were more opportunities than of traditional classes because technology is growing by day. Online classes will replace the traditional campus when more advanced options are entered. Quality of learning can be ensured when a hall monitoring system arose. Students, teachers, and all others were not prepared, but nowadays it comes as a measure used to daily life. Technological growth and opportunities should be emphasized because it has great scope in the future. There is enough availability of solid infrastructure for the classes from my study, and the immediate reaction was a shock, but now all of us are moving with that. Now, to my suggestions. Today's education system in India is challenging but needs some changes. The education system in India puts more emphasis on the theoretical knowledge than the practical. The quality of education must be improved rather than the quantity. All the conventional methods of education are now replaced and people are moving on. Everybody should remind it in mind after the pandemic also. We can move with the technology arose during the pandemic because it's sure about the opportunities for the graduates and all freshers. And we conclude our study that the changes now arose have to be adopted, and new advancements in technology will definitely ensure mental satisfaction to us. Are same to the traditional education, we can move with the technological changes, adopt the changes, and it will give us a new world of opportunities for our studies and future. The world at your fingertips. We can make sure that the phrase is having its relevance now, and we are also being a part of it. And we can use it productively and move with the changes for our future and future generation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nancy Stanley and Mr. Matson Joseph. Now I invite Biji ma'am to ask the questions.
Thank you. Matson and team, very good presentation. But then I didn't get what your objectives were and what your findings, conclusions were.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ma'am, can I repeat my objectives and findings?
See, I presume those were research questions which you have mistook as your objectives, first of all. Second thing, your methodology. In that case, your methodology you have not shown, so I'm not sure. I'm not going into deep into that. But then still, in your final suggestion, you said now we have good infrastructure. Now, never forget that we are talking from a state wherein somebody committed a suicide for not having an internet connection. So, where did you collect this data from? Maybe the sampling was not adequate, I would say. Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
You hear me?
Yeah, ma'am. I can hear you. Yeah, ma'am, I can hear you.
Okay. What was your sample? Where did you get the questionnaire from, the responses from?
From the respondents, I asked the questions and my findings were I told in that study, no?
No, and see, from where did you collect the responses from? What was your
Online
sampling
sample
frame?
survey. Online sample survey.
Okay, thank you. Thank you,
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Ansi and Matson. Next, we have Ms. Anina V. Kottaram and Ms. Telma George, students from St. Kitts College of Applied Science, Kottayam, for the paper presentation.
Hello. Hello.
Yes?
Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Can I have just 1 minute? My partner is not here.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Now, can we start the presentation?
Yeah, sure. Please go on.
Okay. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Myself, Anina B. Kottaram, and over there is Telma George. We are from St. Kitts College of Applied Science. Here to have a small presentation on the topic concussion of COVID-19 in education sector. And as we all know that COVID-19 is a continuous pandemic which has affected the world economy itself. And COVID-19 is a virus that spreads very quickly and has not been intended for drugs or vaccines until now. And the only way to conquer it is to keep a social distance and preserve personal hygiene. And for that, different countries formed a national lockdown as part of taking this step. where all human activities were put into hold, and everyone had to be forced to stay home to remain healthy. In our study on this topic, concussion of COVID-19 education sector mainly focuses on how COVID-19 has influenced the education system and how it mitigates the issue. And now, significance of the study. Here, COVID-19 is a continuous pandemic, and its impact on various factors is subject to study, education sector, banking sector, industry sectors, and among them all, education sector is the one which is mostly affected by the COVID-19, where a lot of changes take place. We know that the complete teaching process and learning process has changed from the traditional way, and yes, scope of the study and objectives. And here, our study mainly focuses on to identify the problems or difficulties faced during online learning by students and to analyze the satisfaction level among students and to analyze the effectiveness of online learning. And the next part is to be dealt by Telma.
Methodology of the study. The data is based on the survey method. Both primary and secondary method have been used in the study. Primary data is collected through the scheduled questionnaires method in the Google form from the students. Secondary data has been collected from various websites and journals, articles and journals. 100 students were randomly selected for the study. Main technique used for the study is convenient sampling. A sampling tool is used for the study simple percentage method and ranking method. The pictorial representation used for the study is pie chart and bar chart. Then limitations of the study. The study is mainly focused on the problems and the satisfaction level of students towards the measures taken to mitigate the issue in education sector caused due to COVID-19. The study was conducted within 100 students randomly selected from different categories, which haven't covered many parts of of available technology was
Sorry to interrupt, Telma. You are not clear. The voice is cutting off.
Can we move to the next part?
Yes.
She is having some network problem, that's why. Okay, now is data analysis and interpretation. And from this study, we collected data from 100 students randomly selected from different categories. And this chart shows that 13% of students belongs to class 1 to 4, whereas 14% of students from class 5 to 8 and 9 to 10 respectively, and 19% of students are from class 11 and 12, and 40% of students are college students. And now, this problems faced during online learning. And from our study, we identified that most of the students face problem due to poor network connectivity, and they ranked as one, and followed by lack of familiarity with the new technologies and applications, and followed by unavailability of adequate facilities like smartphone, laptops, or television, and then they ranked poor electricity connection as the fourth one. Then next we say equipments used to engage in online class. The majority of students use mobile or smartphone as important equipment to engage in a class, followed by laptop by 26% and television by 17% students. And the applications are used to engage in online class. Majority of students use Google Meet to engage in the class, then followed by uh, television for mainly the young students, the small class students usually use television where they can get data through Victor scanners and all. Then followed by Microsoft Teams, 14%, then 22% through Zoom, and the last 4% through WebEx. Then satisfaction level to new way of learning and application used. And here, majority of students say they are satisfied with the new way of learning, where they are safe and they get enough time and to get relaxed and also to focus on their studies. But and 8% of students say they are highly satisfied, whereas 23% of students say they're not much satisfied with the new way of learning. And the effectiveness of learning. This was just we asked about data was collected from just opinion about them, how it's effective. It's not the end result of a study. And here it say that 37% students an opinion that the class will be effective and this way of learning will be effective, and followed by 31% have an opinion that it will be okay, and at last 8% of students are are not much good opinion about effectiveness of this online class. The next part will be dealt by Ravi.
Findings of the study. According to the study, 40% of the respondents are college students, 19% belong to class 11 to 12, 14% respondents are from class 9 to 10 and class 5 to 8 respectively, and 13% of the respondents are from class 1 to 4. The study reveals that majority of the respondents have faced problem with the poor network connectivity and lack of familiarity with the new technology. About 57% of the respondents use smartphone and rest of the respondents use laptop and systems and television. 43% of the respondents use Google Meet and 22% of the respondents use Zoom for the online class. Majority of the respondents are satisfied with the new way of learning and the applications used. About 37% of the respondents have good opinion and 16% of the students have very poor opinion about the effectiveness of the online class. Then suggestions. The institution should make an effort to provide an orientation classes to the students about the online learning and how to use the application. Engage in agreement with the telecom companies
Sorry,
to provide.
could you please conclude in 1 minute?
Okay. The institution should provide training to the faculty to effectively utilize the online teaching. And then the conclusion, by doing this project, we are arrived at the conclusion that students are satisfied with the new way of learning. Currently, our country is facing the problem with coronavirus. To mitigate the effects of the pandemic, immediate measures are required to be taken. The lockdown circumstances affect the education sector of the country. Some negative factors are like poor connectivity, network connectivity, familiarity with new technology, etc. With the implementation of suggestive measures, country will move forward and ensure overall progress in education sector. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you,
Miss Anina and Miss Telma. Now I invite Joe sir to ask questions. Sir, please.
Yeah, yeah. Telma and team, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. See, this is I mean, very good effort at this point of time regarding, I mean, in this COVID-19 pandemic situation. Appreciate your efforts in engaging into the education sector and trying to find out the problems faced by the student community. A small clarification: 13% of your respondents are from class 1 to 4, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. How did you collect data from them?
We usually small class students engage the class from the guidance from the parents or elder ones. So we send our questionnaire to them, and with their opinion, we collect the data.
Oh, okay. So you, I mean, you ask their parents on what are the problems they
Yeah,
are
yeah, yeah.
facing, right?
We know
All
that
right, all right.
small students have
Okay.
no any opinion about their. They can't give any correct response.
Very good,
So
very good.
parents know their problems,
Exactly.
right?
Very good, very good. Good effort, Telma and team. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
All right then. Thank you, sir. Next, I would like to call upon Ms. Amrita PA, Assistant Professor, Ansar Women's College, Perambalur, for the paper presentation. Ma'am, please. Hello, ma'am. Is your audio on? Ma'am, we still can't hear you.
Hello.
Yes, yes, we can
Hello.
hear you now.
I'm audible.
Yes, please continue.
Hello, everyone. My topic is consumers' attitude towards organic food. Hello. Hello.
Yeah. Hello. We can hear you. What up? Hello, can you hear us? And we can see your presentation, but we can't hear your voice. Hello, ma'am. Ma'am, can you hear me?
Hello.
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you. Ma'am, we can hear you. Can't hear you. Hello, ma'am. Hello, ma'am. Ma'am, can you hear me? All right, then I think there's some technical issue here. Then we'll move on. We'll go to the next presenter. Now we have Miss Adra CS, student from Sri Vivekananda College, for the paper presentation. Miss Adra? Hello?
Nevin,
Akhila, you can settle your technical issues. We'll call your name after this presentation.
Hello.
Amrita, you can do the presentation after this. Now, Akhila is there. Just give her some time because we have given her time at 3 o'clock.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello.
Hello, Miss Adra.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hello.
The audio is not very clear.
Good afternoon. Hello.
Hello. Hello, Adra, can you hear me?
Hello.
Yes, Adra, we can hear you.
Good afternoon. Hello. Good afternoon.
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Hello.
Yes, hello. We can hear you.
Hello.
Miss Adira, please go on. We can hear
Hello?
you. You're audible. Miss Adira?
Akila Priya, are you ready with your presentation? Akila?
Adra, we can see your presentation, but we can't hear your audio.
Adira, could you please unmute your microphone? Adira, could you please unmute your microphone? Adira, your microphone is put on mute. Can you hear me? Adira, can you hear me? Sorry, everyone. Please wait till we can catch up with someone.
Ms. Adra, your mic was off. Hello. Ms. Adra, can you hear me? Oh, it seems that there's some issue. All right then. So we'll move on. Next, I'd like to call upon Mr. Ramesh Yarnagula, Director, Indian Council of Social Science Research, to present his paper. Sir, please. Mr. Ramesh, are you there? Mr. Ramesh? Mr. Ramesh, are you there? Mr. Ramesh, can you hear me? Hello, sir?
Sorry everyone about that. Now we have Ramesh Yarnagula, Director, Indian Council of Social Science Research, with his presentation. Sir, please go ahead.
Ramesh, sir, you're not audible. Sir?
Hello.
Yes, sir, you're audible now.
Can you hear? Yeah.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Yeah. My presentation. The slides are showing me, no?
No,
Can you
no,
see my
it's not
slides?
visible. No, not yet, sir.
What happened?
Sir?
Hello.
Yes, sir. Please proceed.
Presentation. I'm not able to pick my presentation. Oh.
Sir, any trouble?
Showing, madam?
Yes, sir. We can see the presentation now. Please
Presentation.
go on.
Good evening to everyone. I'm sorry to my technical difficulty, and I'm just focusing on this impact of COVID-19 on Indian economy, a symptometric study. Basically, since I'm looking up the libraries in the position of the director, so we just attempted whatever the publications, whatever literature have published during this period, especially this COVID time. That is, just we have collected that information, and that's just, and especially on Indian economy, and on that aspect I'll just focusing, and these are so certain areas in the Indian economy, certain areas we have categorized, and according to the literature have been collected from various sources, and especially this literature source very evidently shows the economy is getting is day by day is getting very worse, and things in such as that that OECD have some kind of reports have given. So it may goes to the economy can fall into 1.5 like that, from 2.9 to 1.5, and now this the world economy. And now, according to that economy report, there are for certain factors we have taken. That's employment, business, retail and consumption, lifestyle, and tourism. Tourism, sorry. And in these areas, we have we have focused and then collected various kind of literature from various sources. The source literature has this is basically these are the areas, and the literature which we have basically concentrated how much publication on the particular subject, broad subjects, and how much citations, and and then how the author's contribution also, single author, double author, and multi authors, and in that aspect, so has a small study has conducted, and these are the sources which are purely as secondary sources which we have collected from the Scopus and the Google Scholar, PubMed, and WHO databases. So by giving in a kind of small the relevant terms, that, and this study has basically focused on these areas only, and all these areas have categorically as analyzed. These are the number of works which I have found. In employment, there are 46 works we have found, and the business is 19 works we have found, and retail and consumption is 31, and lifestyle is 63, and tourism is 16, and financial aid and 19. So these are the basic factors which have articles we have collected, and we studied their citation too. The citations are maximum, even less works also, even 19 works in very less works, but the citations is very high in business and business sector, that is formal and informal sectors, and whereas in that's employment having a good collection, and lifestyle having has huge publication, but thing is that the citations are very less. So this is a one kind of results have found, and at the same time the publishers also, the major publishers, the major publishers in this subject elsewhere have a number of publications have published on this COVID economic impact, and different kind of, these are the areas which the publications have come out, and elsewhere elsewhere followed by the Wiley, EPW, and Springer. These are the publications have come out during this period, and and author collaborations. Author collaboration, there is the significant results is that the double authors have more than the single authors, and followed by the multi authors. But double authors have very high in that is in contribution in the kind of lifestyle and returns, retail and consumption, and the employment. So these are the areas which we have collected, and the information is these are the results which has analyzed. The maximum number of articles are published in lifestyle, and maximum citations are 325 in business, in business sectors, and the double are single authors are the double authors are a major contribution, followed by single and multi authors, and these are elsewhere has highly publications on these areas, and we in the conclude we can say the information, the publication is very fastly publishing, and it required controlling bibliographical control to disseminate to the scholars, and secondly that the dimensions also, the publication dimensions are changing very fastly, very dynamic, unpredictable, different dimensions are coming, and hope Indian economy will be the best, will show the growth and better in future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Ramesh. I invite Gopal to present the point.
Hello. Ramesh sir, can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, I can hear.
Yeah, sir, this is a very insightful presentation that you have given us. Sir, I just want to have your opinion on how do you see the future of Indian economy based on the inferences that you have from the publications that you have gone through?
It's true, sir. It's very meaningful question, and this is, I'm sure, I mean, the fluctuation is not very clear at present scenario, and it required some time to understand what kind of direction it goes, and so it required of a little bit much time, sir. As it right now, that the publication studies shows it's in different dimensions, not clear in that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Ramesh, sir.
Yes.
Now, let us hear from Miss Akhila P.A., student from Sri Krishna College, Guruvayur. Miss Akhila?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, please go on.
Together present. Okay.
Yeah, sure. I request others to mute the mic, please. Miss Amrita?
हाँ बेटा दे दे दिया था एक रिपोर्ट आया था सुबह कमेंट आया ना इसका एग्निस्ट ये आया हुआ था एक बार
Mr. Ramesh to mute the mic, please. Miss Amrita, you're not audible. Miss Amrita? Miss Amrita, can you hear me? Miss Amrita, you're not audible. We can see the presentation.
Amrita, you have put your microphone on mute. Can you please unmute it?
Miss Amrita, can you unmute your mic, please? Miss Amrita? Miss Amrita? You are not audible. Can you unmute your mic, please? Looks like there's an issue with Miss Amrita. Sorry for the inconvenience. We will move on to the next session. With that, we are going to wrap up the paper presentation session. It was super packed with meaningful insights to craft best practices to curb the effects of COVID-19. Thanks again to the panelists and participants. We have the valedictory function and farewell meeting of Dr. K.P. Saraswati Amma scheduled at 3:20 p.m. We request all of your presence for the function.
Hello. Hello.
Hello, ma'am. Your audio was out and we couldn't hear you at all. We've now concluded the paper presentation and we'll be moving on to the valedictorian. A very warm good afternoon, galaxy of intellectuals, distinguished guests, professors, students, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the institution, we are delighted to offer you a gracious welcome. A pessimist complains about the wind, an optimist tries to change it, and a leader adjusts the sails. The sails of this two-day conference were adjusted by an exceptional planning team amid the challenges put forth by the COVID crisis. Without much ado, I request one of the masterminds behind this conference, Dr. Anna Antony, to give a warm-hearted welcome speech to everyone here. Ma'am, please.
Thank you, Neville. I hope you can hear me, all of you.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay. Respected dignitaries remotely who are on the meeting, eminent speakers who have enlightened us these 2 days in different capacities, academics and students and scholars from different parts of the country, my faculty colleagues and students of management from different parts of Kerala. A warm welcome to all of you. These 2 days, we have been listening to different perspectives on the COVID scenario. Seen surprising results, and we have looked at surprising outcomes of that. Mr. Nishant told us about the financial, essentially financial markets and central bank realities that are going to take place, in the near future. Mr. Suresh Prabhu regaled us with what was going to happen, especially in the retail side and all the e-commerce based products that were coming out of that. Mr. Thomas Kuruvilla today morning gave us a bird's eye view on how business models were being modified post-COVID. And surprisingly, it seems that most of them are actually saving money out of that. Mr. Yunus gave us the next stop, and he told us about the nitty-gritties of data and artificial intelligence, as well as the importance of machine learning, which I'm quite sure most of us, it went over most of our heads, definitely, but still. And we are just going to be listening to Miss Nitya, Dr. Nitya Ramachandran from Ibra College of Technology, Sultanate of Oman, who's very interestingly going to give us the academic perspective of all this. Let me get into my duty here, and that is to welcome each and every one of you. Pleasure to invite and to welcome Professor Dr. K.P. Saraswati Amma, who is our Dean and will be our Dean probably till the end of this month. Commemorative meeting for her. In fact, the whole conference was planned around her being, a very important part of it. And I extend my warmest welcome to you, madam, for this meeting. I would like to,
thank you.
Yeah, okay, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yeah. I would like to especially welcome Professor Dr. Joshua, who is the senior professor here and who's been the inspiration behind, making this happen in such a short time. Just before, too many months go by, and we wanted this to happen. And he made, he made it a point that let it happen before, Dr. Saraswati Amma left. And it seemed quite impossible at that time, but Dr. Joshua has given us a lot of, moral support in this. And I welcome you, sir, for the meeting. I also welcome Dr. Danya, who is who's actually been the, you know, the person working like clockwork behind all this, because I'm not that much of a clockwork bound time person, but Dr. Dania has, you know, she has been the person, you know, sitting at it and really working extremely hard at everything. And she has been amazing. I would have to say that. So Dr. Dania is also a part of the this particular function right now. And I welcome you, Dr. Dania, to this function. I would like to welcome our other faculty colleagues, each and every one of whom have put in immense amount of efforts as chairs, technical experts, as people who just got down to making calls and, you know, getting things done in order. All of you have contributed so immensely that this very honestly seemed like a program that was done with everybody in it, and that doesn't happen very often. So I welcome all of you to this you know, small function that we're having at the end of this. Welcome all of you. I would like to also welcome Mr. Jitesh and the technical team of FISAT, who has been so kind as to allow us to use their multimedia center with all the loud noises and all the, you know, everything that comes with the conference. Essentially, their facility for the last 2 days without any difficulties. Mr. Jitesh has also ensured the live streaming facility on YouTube and giving us all the links and everything on time. Thank you, and I'd just like to say thank you to that, and welcome to the function as well. I hate to say last but not the least, I mean, such a cliched statement, but we should have actually be talking about the students first. I'm very happy to see about 116 students who have joined this, and that I'm sure is thanks to the new batch, isn't it? The new batch of fresh students who are presently on the rolls of FISAT Business School and who are looking forward, hopefully, to a very enlightening 2 years here, and who have had the chance to attend some of the wonderful talks that we had in the beginning of yesterday and today as well. So welcome to the new batch as well as to the present batches who have given us so much of help and been so important to all of us. The batch of 2019-21 and the batch of 18-20. Let's particularly welcome Nevin and Pradibha, who have been so amazing by sitting in one position from the morning till right now. And I'm sure this is hellish work. It must have been so difficult to do. I can just imagine how tough it was. And Amala in particular, who has been part of your team. So welcome both of you, and you've been doing a wonderful job. So good to see such pleasant faces all the time. So to all of you other academics as well who are still continuing with us on the event and who are trying to make, you know, just to see how this ends. Welcome to all of you as well. And I hand over the proceedings to the compere.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much for an earnest welcome address.
You're welcome, Pratibha.
One of the best things that makes this conference a success is that we can knock down geographical barriers and hear from the distinguished experts. And today, we have with us Dr. Nitya Ramachandran, who is an accomplished professor with over 17 years of experience in education and research in the areas of accounting, finance, and entrepreneurship. Currently, she is the faculty, Accounting and Finance Section, Department of Business Studies, and academic representative, Quality Assurance Department, Ibra College of Technology, Sultanate of Oman. Ma'am, it is our privilege to have you with us to render the keynote address. Kindly do the honors.
Thank you, one and all. It's a great pleasure to join a big group of audience today with many eminent personalities and dear students who will all be moving out, or maybe, as your professor said, who are new to the campus as well. So many congratulations to the entire team of professors, students who are doing an excellent job even I'm been following with the group from yesterday morning onwards. I couldn't come out because the session went on very interesting. And maybe like everybody who were there were a part of industry people. And I'm very happy that I need to talk something related to academics, as your the conference topic has academics as well. What is the post-pandemic view of academics as well? So being an academician, I prefer to talk about what is expected to be the next new normal in case of education sector. So actually, the biggest role of every teacher to a student is how that teacher is going to take what all concepts or the general education to a student. So this particular 6 time has given actually a very hard time to every teacher who is into so much of pressure, how the person is going to take it to the next student. So even not only in India, even here we are experiencing so much of difficulty. Like when we always see compare our country with others, we feel that okay, that particular country is so much into technology and we are all little lagging behind. It is not the case. Like as much as possible, not all countries are having equalized essence of technology available to all people around the globe. So even here, even though we have majority of students who are having most of the technological accessories, but remaining set of students, they are still from a rural background. They are not able to afford to other resources. There are cases like that, and we find it very difficult because this was the first time we went in for an online final assessment exams. So which was a very difficult one, and we could make out. I actually feel happy that some new learning for every teacher in this particular set of 3-4 months what we have experienced. Hope you can see the slide.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So here I just want to bring out few points where certain changes which we need in the post-pandemic period, so which will help us not to go into so much of trouble. Even though like studying on campus is more important for every student, but there are certain times like this which force us to come out of the campus, stay at home, but still have to continue our studies. So to start with, how can we survive with such an crisis, even during the pandemic or after? A few points. This is directly from my personal experience that we should base us with emotional intelligence, compassion, empathy, creativity, and metacognitive skills. Even though these words look so complex, but we have no other option. We are forced to go into experience with so many things, and we have to take things positively. Maybe few months, maybe in March, April, and all, we were so much scared to go out to get things done, everything. Now, for how much time we will be sitting inside the house? Nothing can happen after that. Somehow we should protect ourselves, start moving ahead with what is coming up, so we will be used to a normal life in the near future. So every student's aim is to go for a better educational campus, not only in the curriculum point of view. So the student doesn't come to a college only for getting a book done education. There is something more out of the curriculum segment, what we have in an on-campus model of an higher education institute. sometimes students move away from family, they learn to live and learn independently, and especially like the Indian style of school education is totally different. And when the children move to the higher education institutes, the segments are totally different. So they need to learn how they can spend their life and living independently, and to form many new social networks, access to social spaces, especially this doesn't happen when we are with family, and sports facilities, especially like concentrating on a particular set of sport, what is more interested in. So out of curriculum, there are so many other forms of things that are needed for a student in an on-campus model. But this is not going to continue very shortly. Maybe the new students, it will take a long time to have much experiencing to an on-campus status. Now, what is the current scenario? I don't want to talk anything about COVID or all these things, because almost 6 months now, we are hearing only this word wherever we see, we hear, and we talk. The word COVID only is the first word that is being pronounced by every individual. But out of that, there are so many positive things that we have learned, that is learning through online assessments, podcasts, blogs, videos, so many new things, which usually we never went to it in the earlier days. So like this span has motivated, engaged students to develop virtual learning habits. Actually, even in our institution, we find students who are very much interested in using different technology-based assessment methods. They are very much interested to go ahead with and study in new websites. So all these things are some changes that COVID has positively brought into every student. According to the dimension of United Nations Sustainable Development, they have a goal on how the higher education sector has to change itself for the new normal. So the aim of UNSD is to give education at least to 90% of the children in each segment, like lower income, middle income, like that, the groups that are being done by UNSD, and their aim is to give 90% children, let them into the school. But the negative side is there is a shortage of many number of teachers, shortage of technology as well, which they could not actually complete and come up with a successful achievement of their goal. So prior to pandemic, the higher education sector began to recognize the growing need for agile and responsive education and training system. Maybe we were into the technology-based education, but we were not completely using it. No such conferences like this happened before. Maybe we had an in-person conference, but a person from other country will talk over or send a video clipping which will be played during the conference. Such 100% online conferences has never happened during so many years of the educational sector built up. So this is all some of the positive sides what we have to think, because COVID has forced us to move into such a technology-based education. So every negative aspect has some lesson. Like we would have heard from our seniors in the family, from the professors, that every bad thing is, every failure is actually a stepping stone for the next success. So everything, whatever happens, we have to learn some lessons out of that. So what kind of lessons we have learned during this 6 months period? what is the role of an educational institution, how it has to change to adopt to the new normal, because as usual, going back to the classes or conducting of in-person classes, everything is not going to happen shortly. It will take some time. So to adjust with all these, what are the lessons we have learned and what changes we need to bring in so that we will not be affected if something else like this comes in the future also. So according to me, there are 5 points what an academician or as an administrator we should learn from the COVID lesson. Improving teachers' capability to teach online. So this is a basic necessity because in many of the places we don't have adequate resources, and sometimes even teachers are not having relevant training that to help them to take the concepts to the students. So that way it is needed. The second one is awareness on resource availability. So let's see one by one. So improving teachers' capability to teach online. So when we think about February or March, when the first webinar or anything came up, we were not so much familiar in using Zoom or in using even Google Meet. But now we are all much familiar. Who will be the host, how to change a person into a host, mute the entire team, or whatever is the possibilities that can help us to continue with our presentation. So that way, educating not only students, but teachers should be first educated. They should be given confidence in teaching the students through the online mode. So what can be done? What changes the education sector has to bring to take this impact to the next level? So universities can have educational technology subjects in all teaching degrees. Even now, some of the basic degree courses, we don't even use much places or the capacities of lab. Maybe 1 or 2 courses they still have, but not all courses. So in each course what we study, there should be some technology related aspects to make how that course can be taught to the students using technology, boosting the knowledge, skill, and confidence of the teachers. This is very much needed because majorly teachers from any area, not only rural, even sometimes urban places, institutions, the teachers are not exposed to such technological aspects. So there should be some training that should be provided to them. The second lesson is awareness on resource availability. So every institution should know what is the resources available to each and every student. Sometimes like if the institution decides to go for an online exam, so it should be checked whether the particular batch of students are able to complete their exam with the available resources. So now everyone has first-hand experience because we had a mass shift over to online learning. So we should be always aware about the practical problems that arises because of this. It should be understood that large number of people lack basic technology. So as the government or a particular institution, they should see that the entire set of students are having at least a minimum technology base. We are hearing news, reading information like a father is selling his cow to buy a mobile phone to his daughter's education. So many things like this happen. So if a student is forced to move into online education, how can the family be so much give the facility to a child. Access to technology and devices must be made possible if moving to digital education. So the institution has to make clear that there is proper access to technology for all students before moving into technology-based education. The third lesson is adoption of technology into education. Now we have seen giving training to teachers, giving facility to the students. Now the third one is how to map technology into education. It is not an easy way suddenly to go for a change in curriculum. It is not a thing which can be done overnight. There should be so much of studies that should have been to conduct, like so much inputs from different sources. All that is needed before adoption of technology into education. But somehow those education technology industry has actually gained profit. Even it is not a financial gain, but a business gain, meaning that they have reached even the lower level people who do not know what is technology, or who were not using such kind of technological aspects. So who stands to profit from the use of technology in education? Who should be the right person who should get profit out of the technology used in education? What form of control are being established? So from the institution side, or from a teacher's point of view, what kind of control they will have on a particular set of students? Which students can benefit most from learning online? So even now we ask our students to do courses on Coursera or other MOOCs sites. But what benefit are the students selecting the correct course? What is related to their field? That also is to be assessed. In short, we should study what is lost and gained when education goes digital. But there is a lot of difference between a one-to-one teaching and a digital education. Hope we will say that one-to-one teaching is the best once we go back to the classes as usual. The fourth one is place-based teaching and learning practices. So according to the situation, situated learning, giving some lessons or experience to technology, which will help the student to understand the concepts better. So more creative and engaging forms of virtual schooling. Many times the same set of technology or a tool is used in all the 5 courses the student is studying. That will not sound interest to all the students. So in that case, a teacher has to see what are the new changes, new possibilities in encouraging students to attend the online classes on a regular basis. The fifth and the important one is designing curriculum. This is a very important step which every institution or an university should go through. So they should better prepare for the next such crisis which may come in the future. So what are the developments we have done, not only in technology, but in curriculum? So the administrators need to reimagine modes of curriculum planning. So mostly when a curriculum is designed, it has panel members from the industry as well to know what is required for the industry that is brought into academics. So the assessment methods, reporting, everything should be as required for an industrial sector. So now how technology can be used to see that it is the curriculum is designed using technology-based education. the most important thing what the higher level administrators have to do is trusting teachers' professional autonomy and judgment. Like many a times we have interference from different set of administrators, which should all be removed so that a better curriculum can be designed by an individual teacher or a group of professional experts, including academicians and industrialists. So once the curriculum is designed, which will match conceptual understanding through virtual education, that will be the best answer what we can give for the near future. So shortly before the start of this pandemic, we were into a blended learning system of education. We were not out of technology. We were using technology, but what was there was no 100% technology-based education, but still we were using technology. So prior to the crisis, there was a little bit of growth or changes in the education sector that nobody can deny. So they were using technology to regularly upskill and reskill the workforce. Even here, we always go into an industry-oriented discussion before we start with a new course, or like on annual basis, we meet industry people and bring out changes in the curriculum, and mostly it is technology based. And now it is totally 100% online, so HI needs to enhance their capacity to deliver flexible and resilient education system that would meet students' expectation. So this is more important, like the institution should aim to achieve students' expectation. The same way, social and economic transformation also should be considered. It's not like just fixing up with a curriculum and moving ahead. It should satisfy the student and see that the institution is producing a better graduate for the labor market. Once the student is out of the campus, he should be the right person to find or be settled in the job. It is not only creating graduates, we should create the excellent students who will be very much useful for the industrial sector as well. Yes, that's it from my side.
Ma'am, you're so positive about this current grave situation. Thank you so much for helping us see the sun rays through these clouds, and also for the knowledgeable insights from your experience about designing the curriculums for virtual education, as well as the skills required for both students and teachers to face the changes in the foreseeable future. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you so much. I would like to thank Madam Danya for giving me this opportunity. Actually, I am basically from Coimbatore and I always travel via Kerala, and I have so many friends there. So it is actually, I am so much blessed to meet all of you through this virtual platform. So thank you and congratulations to the entire team for arranging such a wonderful session with so much of insights from the industry sector as well. Thank you.
Shall we proceed with the question answer session?
Yes, yes, please.
The first query will be presented by Sharon. Sharon, please go ahead.
Thank you, Pratibha. Hello, ma'am. So, as the keynote academic speaker in our midst, my question is, how do you see the instructional landscape evolving post-COVID?
Actually, it's better to stay on with online methods of teaching. That's what I prefer personally, because maybe some courses, when you study finance or mathematics related courses, it is definitely difficult. But the student and the teacher, we are able to find out new tools. Even the industry is providing us so much of support in using new tools. We are provided training by the industrial people as well. So that is all a positive side of what we can see from this crisis.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, the next question is from Habiba. Habiba, please go on.
Thank you, Pratibha. So, ma'am, my question is, in this era of knowledge symmetry, what defines an educative experience for the student community?
Education doesn't mean only conceptual understanding. You should have some practical essence, stick to the concepts what we are studying. So not only like going for an industrial visit or having some projects which are aligned with the industry, that alone will not give the complete structure when we move into the industry. Maybe I don't have an industry experience, but I can say a few things based on my experience as a person from a business family. So when we are going to select anybody for a job, we don't see only the conceptual understanding of a student. More than that, what is a practical knowledge a student is having, that is more needed. And maybe now the curriculum changes what has been brought up, like many of the autonomous universities have a linkage with the industry as well. So they are able to bring new practical aspects into education, which has given students some idea before they go out from the institution. They are able to survive with a minimum amount of training that is being provided.
Greatly appreciate your views, ma'am. Thank you.
Sheetal, please go ahead with your query.
Thank you, Pratibha. Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening, dear.
In your domain area, do you see the practices of financial accounting and valuation undergoing a sea change or a noticeable transformation, ma'am?
Actually, basic accounting system cannot have as much transformation possible. That is what I feel, because certain concepts which we cannot go into major transformation. But as of now, like when we see the ASB board meetings and all which are being released, there are some transformations which are coming, but maybe not on a bigger scale.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you so much.
And the last query will be presented by Sri Lakshmi. Sri Lakshmi, please go ahead.
Yes, Radhiba. Hello.
Yes, dear.
Good evening, ma'am. So, lastly, can we have a few words of advice for the students of management to motivate them, as we are struggling to come out to terms with the borderless business environment?
Actually, I am a person who never listens to anybody's advice, or I don't advise even to my own daughter, because see, it's not a term of advice, it's just, it may be a guidance. Okay, so before you enter into any of the sector, what I prefer is, please be very specific and stick to one particular role what you want to do. Maybe those days when I was in my college days, all even my teachers were not encouraging me to go for a job, because they know my family background. They say like, nobody is going to let you to go for a job, so you just finish your PG, get married, settle at home, like that. But you students are not like that. Your professors or the circle around you is actually encouraging you in a particular view. It is now your choice to select one particular idea, work on how you can improve in that particular idea and go ahead, because it is a very simple thing. When you are starting to write a research paper, for example, education post-COVID, something like that. When we read all the information, we get so much of data available with us. And finally, we don't know which one is the best, which we can use it in our paper. So instead of searching all that, first maybe a glance reading to select what particular idea will be suitable for us according to your personality, your characterization, your family circle, everything. Fix up with an idea, be more specific, go in depth learning on that particular idea, which will lead to success definitely.
Thank you, ma'am. That's absolutely correct, because of this internet, there is a flood of information, and we are spending so much time on searching, and we don't know what we are searching for actually. Most times.
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. That's a very good advice that we needed.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nitya, for such a positive and wonderful session, ma'am. It was very interactive.
Thank you so much. Thank you, one and all. And it's good to talk to a good group of students after a long time. Like even here, it is vacation for us, and we don't have an option even to travel home. So seeing students again, I'm really so happy today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. And thank you, friends. Though this valedictory function is a formal one, we at FPS are here with mixed emotions. There is not a life that Dr. Saraswati Amma, Professor, FBS, who was our Dean from 2006 to 2008, has not touched. Now that she is stepping out of FBS, our hearts are heavy as we bid farewell to our beloved teacher.
None have guided our sales like Dr. A.J. Joshua, Professor FBS. He's the prime mover for the success of this two-day conference. I take the privilege to invite you, sir, to do the honors today, and also to convey good wishes to Saraswati ma'am. Sir, please.
Good afternoon. Respected Saraswati teacher, dignitaries, distinguished dignitaries, faculty colleagues, and my dear students. Dr. Saraswati Amma, or Saraswati teacher, as she is popularly known, has had the distinction being the one who had laid the foundation of FBS way back in 2006. Then she had taken leave from her lucrative job with NSS College, Ottapalam, where she was the principal, and joined FISAT with half cut in the pay, 50% cut in her pay. All-timers who had worked with her at that point of time testify to the fact that she had put her heart and soul into building FPS in the initial years till 2008. Subsequently, she had left and pursued her career at Cyprus, and then later on became principal in 2010, and so on and so forth. She rejoined FBS in 2012 and further contributed to its growth and development in the capacity of professor, and in recent past, she has been given the charge of the dean. Her contributions did not confine to FBS alone, that is FISAT business alone. It spanned the entire college. I have had the good fortune of associating with her for about 9 to 10 years. as a colleague, as well as my superior. See, I am teaching marketing as well as operations. In marketing, they say there are 4 P's. I know all the students know 4 P's. Today I tried to explore what will be the P's of Saraswati teacher. First P, pleasant. Madam is always pleasant with a hint of smile on her face. Second P, persistent. Once she has made up her mind to accomplish her task, some task, there is no turning back as far as she is concerned. She will proceed stubborn as a mule till the task is finished. Then third P, perseverance. This I say because even if some of the students lag behind, or some of our research scholars doing PhD lag behind, she will go behind them and motivate them. And many a times I've seen her bringing such students into her cabin and giving them special classes and special attention and making them pass those subjects. The next P, passionate. This refers to her passion for teaching, and her teaching, especially her favorite courses, and passion for her students. The next P, paternal. Teacher showers motherly love and concern for all her students, research scholars, and faculty members. So she is paternal. Next P, personal. Along with a professional relationship with her colleagues, subordinates, students, she develops a personal relationship also. She will be knowing about their spouses, children, parents, etc. Then next P, popular. She is not only popular in the department, but also popular in the entire college. And wherever she goes, such is her personality, there also she becomes popular. Like, let's say, Bharatiyar University, for instance. Next, proficient. She is proficient not only in her finance subjects, but also in other subjects such as quantitative techniques and so on and so forth. Next P, performer. She is a performer not only in academics, but also in other fields such as horticulture. The entire horticultural activity in FISAT was under her vision, which was being done. Then also cultural and other aspects like Kaigotikali, Mohiniyattam. See, wherever these things are there, she will be there to organize it, especially during the Onam festival, etc. Then the final P, she is paramount. She is a paramount leader and encourages others to perform. Paramount means supreme. That's what I checked up. She is a supreme leader. So, with a heavy heart, I am bidding farewell to her, wishing her all well for her retirement life, and wishing her a happy and pleasant retired life. Thank you, teacher, and thank you, all of you. So this is my farewell message.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for your heartfelt remarks. It was really touching. How lucky we are to have someone that makes saying goodbye so hard. Indeed, this is not a farewell. This is a thank you. Thank you for coming into our life, giving us joy and happiness. It's finally our opportunity to hear from Dr. K.P. Saraswati Amma. We are all eager to hear from you, ma'am. Ma'am, please.
Dear all, I would like to congratulate each one of you for the wonderful conference you have conducted. This is my last week at FISAT, a great place to sign off my 43 years of academic career. I started my teaching career immediately after my master's and worked with many colleges in Kerala and outside India as an academician as well as an administrator. But I can say from the bottom of my heart that FISAT has been the best place where I have worked. The major reason is that each one of you supported me in building a legacy for FISAT Business School and have challenged me in learning many things to improve myself. I have enjoyed my time here and have found each one of you good professionals as well as good human beings. FISAT management had been supportive and forward-looking. I had got the fortune of working with some of the best management minds and visionary individuals who led FBOAES. I am blessed to teach many good students during my stay at FISAT. I am going to miss this place as I close the chapter of my academic career. I am thankful to God Almighty for giving me an opportunity to sign off my career in this institution. As I look back, I live with good memories. I wish all the best. I close my speech with a quote. One of my favorite teachers told me at the beginning of my career, teachers teach more by what they are than what they say. Thank you.
Ma'am, when we can't be together, we'll keep you in our hearts and we'll stay there together. With all my heart and with all the blessings of everyone present here, I wish you a content and joyous retired life. Thank you, ma'am. We'll really miss you.
Yeah, thank you.
All is well that ends well. Dr. Dhanya Alex is one of the masterminds behind this event who gave plenty of forethought for the success of this conference. And now, to draw the final curtain, I'm proud to call upon Dr. Dhanya Alex to render the vote of thanks. Ma'am, please.
Good afternoon, all. Respected Chief Guest of the function, Dr. Nitya Ramendra, our beloved Saraswati Madam, Joshua Sir, dear colleagues, and all my student friends. It's my privilege to have been asked to propose a vote of thanks on this occasion. I, on behalf of FISAT Business School and the entire team of FBS Conference, extend a very hearty vote of thanks to all the speakers. I extend my sincere gratitude to Dr. Nitya Ramendra for giving an excellent presentation on the post-pandemic implications on academic sector. Thank you, Madam, for your presence. I would like to extend a heartfelt thanks to Mr. Nisham Notter, our Chief Guest for the inaugural function, for spacing his valuable time to be with us on day one of the conference. Next, I would like to thank Mr. Mohan Kurula, Mr. Suresh Prathu, and Dr. Yunus Ahmad for giving an excellent coverage on the topic post-pandemic business and institutional implications through their keynote speeches over these 2 days. I extend our sincere thanks to Ms. Anida P., Chairman, FISAT Governing Body, who presided over the inaugural ceremony, Dr. George Isaac, Principal FISAT, Dr. C. Sheila, Vice Principal, Dr. Sunny Kuriakos, Dean Academics, for the felicitations. I must mention our deep sense of appreciation and gratitude to all the resource persons from academia and industry who supported our unique event by sharing their research works. In a short span of 1 month time, we received 51 high-quality research papers. Thank you all for supporting the colloquium. Well, an event like this cannot happen overnight. The wheels start rolling weeks ago. It requires planning and a bird's eye for details. We have been fortunate enough to be backed by dedicated mentors, Joshua sir and Saraswati madam. We thank Joshua sir and Saraswati madam for giving us the freedom to spread our wings and explore the mountains which we never have explored till now. They have been a strong pillar of support always. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. We would like to take this opportunity to place on record a hearty thanks to the perfect creative, technical and logistic support and guidance offered by all my dear colleagues. Prashant V for his excellent designs, Amala and Marin for perfect script for comparers, Jitesh, Praveen, Prashant V for the technical advices and support, Dr. Jose, Delma, Dr. Sindhu for their back-end support with media network and coordination, Viji and Prashant Tijon for their constant student engagements. The entire faculty team FDS wholeheartedly appreciate the enormous cooperation shown by our student community. We cannot thank everyone enough for the involvement and willingness to take on the completion of tasks beyond their comfort zones. Our professional comparers, Shweta Padmanathan, Lakshmi P. and Vishnu, T3 MBA for the first day, Nevin Paul and Pratibha, T6 MBA students as second day comparers. Thank you. Student volunteers who ensured the smooth flow of events by lining up the presenters. We have Nevin, Pratibha, Nikita and Nadia who did this work for the first day. Surabhi, Induja, Jeffy, Hari, Tara and Harida, T3 MBA students who did the job today. We are proud of you, dears, and you have set high standards of performance for your friends. Thank you so much, Dr. Anu, for being a wonderful partner and being so supportive to make this event happen in very short span of time. I wish Dr. Saraswati Amma a happy retired life. Enjoy your life, ma'am, with your grandchildren. Thank you all once again.
Thank you, ma'am, for your kind words. We now come to the end of the function. To keep up the spirit of nationalism, let's all rise up for the national anthem. Let us all be guided by the thought-provoking ideas we have learned and heard throughout the conference and be able to see and influence our future. Thank you, and thank you very much for joining us today. Stay safe and have a lovely evening. Bye, everyone.